এবার করুণা করো বৈষ্ণব গোস্বামী। পতিত পাবন তোমার বিনা কেহু নাই। পতিত পতিত পাবন তোমার বিনা কেহু যাহার নিকটে গেলে পাপ দূরে যায়। যাহার নিকটে গেলে পাপ দূরে যায়। যাহার এমন দয়াল প্রভু কেবা কোথা পায়। এমন এমন দয়াল প্রভু কেবা কোথা পায়। এমন দয়া গঙ্গার পরশ হইলে পরশ হইলে পশ্চাতে পাব। দর্শনে পবিত্র কর এই তোমার গো। দর্শনে দর্শনে পবিত্র কর এ তোমার গো। হরিস্থানে অপরাধে তারে হরি নাম। হরিস্থানে হরিস্থানে অপরাধে তারে হরি নাম। হরিস্থানে তোমার স্থানে অপরাধে নাহি পরিত্রাণ। गोविंद विश्राम तुम्हार हे तुम्हार हृदय सदा गोविंद विश्राम तुम्हार हे गोविंद कहे न मोर वैष्णव परा गोविंद का गोविंद कहे न मोर वैष्णव परा गोविंद कहे न प्रति जन्मे करी आशा चरणेर धूली प्रति जन्मे करी आशा चरणेर धूली प्रति जन्मे नरोत्तमे कर दया अपनार बोली मोध में कर दया अपनार बोली मोध में देवार करुणा कर वैष्णव गोसाई देवार करुणा कर वैष्णव गोसाई पतित पावन तोमा बिना केहू नाय पतित पावन तोमा बिना केहू नाय जय वैष्णव ठाकुर वैष्णव ठाकुर वैष्णव ठाकुर जय वैष्णव ठाकुर जय गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी वैष्णव ठाकुर गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी वैष्णव ठाकुर जय गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद शिव प्रभुपाद जय जय कृष्ण बलराम जय कृष्ण बलराम जय ललिता विशाखा जय राधेश्याम ललिता विशाखा जय राधेश्याम जय गौरनिताय 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 जय गौरनिताय हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल Gurudev, 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 Gurudev kripa bindu diya karo ei dase ऋणापेक्षा तीन गुरुदेव गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो एई दासे ऋणापेक्षा तीन गुरुदेव सकल सहने बल दिया करो सकल सकल सहने बल दिया करो सकल सहने निज माने स्पृहाहीन गुरुदेव गुरुदेव निज माने स्पृहाहीन सकले सम्मान करिते सकति देहनाथ यथा यथा सकले सम्मान सकले सम्मान करिते सकति देहनाथ यथा यथा सकले तबे तो गाइब हरि नाम सुखे तबे तो गाइब तबे तो गाइब हरि नाम सुखे तबे तो गाइब हरि नाम अपराध हबे हत আমার अपराध हबे हत আমার कबे हेन कृपा लभियाए जन कृतार्थ हरिरे नाथ कबे हेन कृपा कबे हेन कृपा लभियाए जन कृतार्थ हरिरे नाथ कबे हेन कृपा शक्ति बुद्धिहीन आमी अति दीन शक्ति बुद्धिहीन शक्ति बुद्धिहीन आमी अति दीन शक्ति बुद्धिहीन कर मोरे आत्मसाथ गुरुदेव गुरुदेव करो मोरे आत्मसाथ योग्यता विचारे किछु नाही पाई तुम्हार करुणा सार आमार योग्यता কিছু নাহি পাই তোমার করুণা সার আমার যোগ্যতা করুণা না হইলে কান্দিয়া কান্দিয়া করুণা না হইলে করুণা না হইলে কান্দিয়া কান্দিয়া করুণা না হইলে প্রাণ না রাখিব আর আমি প্রাণ না রাখিব আর আমি গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া কর এই দাসে দিনাতে দিন গুরুদেব কর এই দাসে হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ হরে রাম হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Gurudeva Jaya Gurudeva Gurudeva Jaya Gurudeva Jaya Gurudeva Jaya Gurudeva Gurudeva Jaya Gurudeva Jaya Gopal Krishna Goswami Vaishnava Thakur Gopal Krishna Goswami Vaishnava Thakur Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram হরে কৃষ্ণ।
आप थोड़ा बोलेंगे इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ व्यास पूजा। अच्छा बोल रहा है
बोल रहा गाएगा।
Standard outside. गुरुवे गौरचन्द्राय राधिकायै तदालये कृष्णाय कृष्णभक्ताय तद्भक्ताय नमो नमः। ओहे वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार सागर ए दासे करुणा करी ओहे वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार सागर ए दासे करुणा करी दिया पद छाया शोध है आमाए दिया दिया पद छाया शोध है आमाए दिया पद छाया তোমার চরণ ধরে আমি তোমার চরণ ধরে ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর এ দাসে করুণা করি সাহেবে গদমে শয়দশ সুধি শয়গুণ দেহ দাসে সাহেবে গদমে শয়দশ সুধি শয়গুণ দেহ দাসে সাহেবে গদমে শয়দশ সুধি শয়গুণ দেহ দাসে ছয় সাত সঙ্গ দেহ হে আমারে ছয় সাত সঙ্গ ছয় সাত সঙ্গ দেহ হে আমারে ছয় সাত সঙ্গ বসেছি সঙ্গের আসে, আমি বসেছি সঙ্গের আসে। একাকী আমায় নাহি পায়ে বল, হরিনাম সংকীর্তনে। আর একাকী আমায় নাহি পায়ে বল, হরিনাম সংকীর্তনে। তুমি কৃপা করি শ্রদ্ধা বিন্দু দিয়া, তুমি কৃপা করি, তুমি কৃপা করি শ্রদ্ধা বিন্দু দিয়া, তুমি কৃপা করি। দেহ কৃষ্ণ নাম ধনে, দেহ কৃষ্ণ নাম ধনে। কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার, কৃষ্ণ দিতে পারো, তোমার শক্তি আছে। আরে কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার, কৃষ্ণ দিতে পারো, তোমার শক্তি আছে। কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার,
কৃষ্ণ দিতে পারো, তোমার শক্তি আছে।
আমি তো কাঙ্গাল কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ বলি, আমি তো ধাই তব পাছে পাছে, ধাই আমি ধাই তব পাছে পাছে। ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর, এ দাসে করুণা করে। জয় বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর, জয় বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর, বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর জয় বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর। জয় জয় গুরুদেব, 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 গুরুদেব। जय जय प्रभुपाद, 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 प्रभुपाद। नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय,
ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय,
नमो Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
So we're going to discuss a verse from the 4th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. This is a very famous verse. It's text 34 from the 4th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Everyone can't come in, there's not enough. Tad Vidhi Pranipatena Pariprashnena Sevaya Upadekshyanti Te Jnanam Tattva Darshanam Tadvidhi Pranipatena Pariprashnena Sevaya Upagdekshanti Te Jnanam Jnaninas Tattva Darshanam Tadvidhi Pranipatena Pariprashnena Sevaya Upagdekshanti Te Jnanam Jnaninas Tattva Darshanam Jnanatinam Dasya Jnananjana Shalakya Chakshunmilitan Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manovistam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Gadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Bandeham Shri Guru Shri Utapada Kamlan Shri Gurun Vaishnavanashcha Shri Rupam Sagajatam Sahagana Raguna Tanvitam Tam Sajevam Sadvetam Savadhutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Deva Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakha Nitamscha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Shri Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Tadvidhi Pranipatena Paripashena Sevaya Upagdekshanti Te Jnanam Jnaninas Tattva Darshanam. So as Prabhupada says in the purport, the path of spiritual realization is definitely not an easy path. The material temptation is so strong. The facilities for sense enjoyment are so easily available. So to give up sense enjoyment in favor of devotional service is not an easy task. Tapaseva param jyotir bhagavatam adhokshajam. Adhokshaja means very difficult to understand. So Krishna is very difficult to understand. Krishna can only be understood through bhakti. And bhakti includes, religion consists of 4 ingredients. One is truthfulness, austerity, mercifulness, cleanliness. Sometimes people say that why should I take to Krishna consciousness? It is not the religion of my birth. Parents will tell us, why are you taking to this so-called Hindu religion? You should stick to the religion of your birth. The problem is that people do not know what is real religion. Real religion is not Hindu, Muslim, Christian or whatever. Just like the sun cannot be considered to be Indian or American or Russian or English. Religion is that knowledge by which one can develop love for the Supreme and give up all types of sense enjoyment. So this can become possible with the assistance of a qualified individual. If we try to approach the Lord on our own, then we will be baffled. So Krishna is telling Arjuna that one must approach a bona fide spiritual master. The qualification of the spiritual master should be that he should be self-realized. He should not be interested in sense gratification of any type. Unless one is free, how can he free others? So he should be free of material desires. His absorption should just be Krishna. And the self-realized soul can impart knowledge. Ekalai Ishwar Krishna Arsa Bhitaya. Krishna is the only master and we are all his servants. So this knowledge comes through the medium of the bona fide spiritual master. The disciple should not approach the spiritual master in a challenging mood. One should approach the spiritual master submissively, and one should be willing to serve him like a menial servant. And then one will be able to make spiritual advancement. So this is Krishna's direction, that one must approach a bona fide spiritual master. Prabhupada says in the purport that no one can be a bona fide spiritual master without following the principle of disciplic succession. Krishna is the original spiritual master, and somebody who is coming down in the disciplic succession can convey the message of the Lord. Spiritual knowledge cannot be manufactured in some factory or parliament. Dharmam ke sakshat bhagavad pranita means religion is the word of God. So, religion means the words of God, and here God is saying one must approach a bona fide guru. So, spiritual knowledge has to be received through a bona fide agent of the Lord. The spiritual master is like a parrot. He repeats what he has heard from his guru. The spiritual master does not concoct anything. He does not adulterate the philosophy of Krishna. Prabhupada called the Bhagavad Gita as it is. As it is means he has presented Krishna's teachings without any adulteration. There have been literally thousands of translations of the Bhagavad Gita. But it is only the translation by Swami Prabhupada that has made millions of devotees all over the world. Therefore, even in your country, people are reading these books and getting inspired to bhakti. Because the message of Krishna, when it is presented in a pure manner, it will attract everyone, except those who are addicted to sense enjoyment. So we were explaining that real religion consists of 4 ingredients. These 4 essential parts of religion are: austerity means to give up sense enjoyment in favor of a higher goal to be realized. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, there's a very nice story of King Rishabdev. The word Rishabdev means the best. So Rishabdev had 100 sons. These days when people produce children, they do not understand their spiritual responsibility. Maharaj Rishabdev has said that one should not become a guru till he can take his disciple back to Krishna. And one should not become a father or mother till they can take the dependents back to Krishna. So Maharaj Rishabdev was very concerned about his spiritual responsibility. So he instructed his sons about the importance of human mission. He told his sons, Naham deha bhajam naloke kastam kamam artha vidabhujam ye tapo divyam putraka yena sattvam shrudaye rasmad brahma sokyam tavanantam. The translation is, my dear sons, please do not use this life like the cats and dogs. Use this human life for tapasya. But this tapasya must be divyam. Divya means for the pleasure of the Lord. The materialists are also observing tapasya. So many politicians, they purposely go to jail so that they can become popular with the people. Like in India, for example, the politicians, unless they've been to the jail few times, nobody thinks that they are ready to make any sacrifice. So they will purposely lead some agitation so that they get arrested. You see people working in factories in a night shift. A rock star who's getting ready for a concert also spends a lot of time practicing. You can say this is also some type of tapasya. But this is not tapasya in the sense that we are talking about. We are talking about austerity for pleasing Krishna, not for our senses. So Maharaj Rishabdev told his sons, don't use it like the cats and dogs. Use it for self-realization. And this will give you spiritual happiness, which will be superior to anything that material life can ever offer. Prabhupada was once giving a lecture in Dallas, America. So he said, the Muslims came to India and they converted people by the sword. They told the people, you accept Islam or we're going to kill you. The Christians came to India and they bribed the people. And by bribing the people, they converted them to Christianity. But Prabhupada said, I'm an old man who has come to your country with no money and no sword. Still you all are taking to Krishna. Why? Because Krishna is all attractive. Krishna is the reservoir of pleasure. If Krishna was not all attractive, if Krishna was not the reservoir of pleasure, so many thousands of Russians would not have come to Krishna consciousness. There was no propaganda to attract people to Krishna. The only propaganda was book distribution and direct preaching and Harinam. You are getting no economic incentive for staying in this movement. Still, the fact that all of you are taking it, that Krishna consciousness is very satisfying. In the 18th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Brahma Bhuta Prasanatman Asotati na Kankshati. One who is spiritually situated, he is always joyful. Material life consists of these two diseases. You're hankering for what you do not possess, and you're lamenting for what you have lost. When you're in the company of old people, they are lamenting for having lost their youthful days. They're always saying, oh, when I was your age, I used to do like this, I used to jump so much. So actually, by making these statements, they are lamenting for the youthful days which have slipped. And everybody is hankering for what they do not have. More and more sense enjoyment. If you see your neighbor with a new Lada car, then you also feel like getting a Lada. You say, oh, how can he be ahead of me? This may not be so common in a socialistic atmosphere, but in a capitalistic atmosphere, this is very common. We always want more and more. We're always hankering for more and more. We are never satisfied in material existence. Whatever you have is less than what you should be having. Since everybody tends to overrate himself, everybody thinks he's entitled to much more than what he has. A devotee also laments and hankers, but his hankering and lamenting is of a different type. He laments for the time that he has spent independent of Krishna. He is lamenting that I have spent so many lifetimes rebelling against Krishna. For so many lifetimes I was drinking poison. So if this lamentation is there, if this repentance is there, then there will be hankering. Just like amongst the gopis, if Lalita sees that Vishaka is doing more service, then Lalita also says how I can increase my service. There's competition to give Krishna more seva. So we are always hankering to do more service, and we are lamenting for what we have lost, for what we have misused. Chanakya Pandit, the great diplomat devotee, has very nicely stated, Ayusha Kashana Eko Pina Labaya Swarna Koti Bi. The translation is, a second loss cannot be obtained back with the wealth of the whole world. Chanakya Pandit has said that if you waste even 1 second, you cannot buy it back with the wealth of the whole world. So the devotee always keeps this in mind, and he does not misuse his independence. The living entity will always have the freedom, God or reject God. In the 18th chapter, Krishna inquired from Arjuna if his illusion was now gone. And Arjuna said, yes, my illusion is now finished. And then Krishna said, now you may do as you like. Just like the government in Moscow, they have laid down rules. If you follow the rules, then there's no problem. And if you go against the rules, then there is imprisonment. So similarly, if we defy the laws of God, then you have to go on being imprisoned in one womb or the other. So the devotee understands that material happiness is false happiness. Just like if somebody gives you 100 ruble note, there is false note. So you will feel cheated. So sense gratification is always cheating you. Kamasa nendriya priti labo jivata yavata jivasya tattva jigyasa. The Bhagavatam says that the goal of human life is jivasya tattva jigyasa, to inquire about the absolute truth. The goal of human life is not to engage in sense gratification. I think yesterday night I gave you the story of King Yayati. Or last night?
Yes.
Yeah. So, as King Yayati said, experienced, no amount of sense gratification satisfied him. So no amount of sense gratification can satisfy us. Maharaj Rishabdev says, Nunam pramata kurute vikarma yidindya priyataya apranoti the sadhu manayita atmanayam asana vikleshada asadeha. He's saying that this human life, this body that you have is giving you trouble. It is giving you trouble, and if you engage in sense gratification, you will again get a body which will again give you trouble. So we must practice austerity. When your senses are pulling you, take advantage of the spiritual knowledge that you have heard. By chanting regularly and reading these scriptures, you will sharpen your intelligence. And then your intelligence will become so sharp the moment Maya is attacking you. Therefore, we have this process of sadhana bhakti. Sadhana bhakti means following rules and regulations like Mangalarti, class, doing of japa. You can do Mangalarti wherever you are. So the point is that by following these rules and regulations, you can eventually get to the point where you can develop where you will develop love for God. So we had told you that there are 4 ingredients for religion. So far we have just briefly covered austerity. Next is truthfulness. Truthfulness means you accept the teachings of Krishna without adulteration. For the disciple, truthfulness means Guru says you must do 16 rounds. So disciple says, I must do 16 rounds, even if I have to stay up late in the night. Guru says you must avoid 4 types of sinful activities. So I must be truthful to his instruction and avoid these sinful activities. Even if I meet a girl on the road who says, no, come home with me. It is not that you will not get the facility for sense enjoyment. There will be plenty of facility. But Krishna is seeing whether we are ready to give up sense enjoyment when the opportunity comes. Krishna is testing whether we are willing to give up sense enjoyment when we have the chance. Or you're only giving it up when you don't have a chance. If a poor man says he doesn't want to go to the casinos in Las Vegas, there's no sacrifice. But if a man has the chance to go there and still he doesn't go there, then there's tyaga. So we must be truthful to what Krishna is saying and to what Guru is saying. Then another principle is cleanliness. Cleanliness is practiced in 2 ways. One is external cleanliness, one is internal cleanliness. I'm sure in Russian also you have something similar to this. That cleanliness is next to godliness. So, a devotee, he must live in a clean atmosphere. Prabhupada used to very strongly emphasize that our temples must be very clean. So we must live in a clean atmosphere. Just because you're living in a brahmachari or brahmacharni ashram does not mean you keep it dirty. The temple you have must be very clean. Of course, at the present moment, you don't have the worry of maintaining a big temple. But very soon, I'm sure you will have a big temple here. And you will have to keep the temple very clean. There's a very nice story of the cleaning of the Gundicha temple. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had organized all his associates to clean the temple. Whoever would gather the most dust, and if somebody did not gather enough dust, then he would be chastised. So this is external cleanliness. In the Western countries in the early days, our brahmacharis used to wear one shoe, one leg, one shoe, another leg, another color shoe. So we had to be very, very clean. Internal cleanliness means the cleansing of the heart. Cheta darpan marjana bhavamag dvagni nirvapanam. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, the heart will be cleansed. Just like in a mirror when there is dust, then you can take the dust away by cleaning it with a piece of cloth. So similarly, these dust of material desires, by chanting the holy names of Krishna. Our heart is like a black coal, and only by non-stop chanting will we be able to destroy the material desires. So external cleanliness and internal cleanliness. Fourth ingredient is mercifulness. Mercifulness means to give people this knowledge of God so that people can get out of this material entanglement. Everybody else is trying to increase the material entanglement, but our philosophy is to destroy the entanglement. So Bhakti Siddhanta Ji, the Guruji of Prabhupada, he used to say that if at all there is a shortage of anything in the world, it is only this knowledge of God.
और फिर कवि चंद्र महाराज बोलेंगे इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ व्यास पूजा। यहाँ बुलाना Hare Krishna. We welcome everyone to this most auspicious Vyasa Puja occasion of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Our hearty welcome to Srila Prabhupada's disciples, to the disciples of Guru Maharaj, to sannyasis, to senior god brothers and god sisters. To this most auspicious occasion we are celebrating in Sri Vrindavan Dham. As we all know, Srila Guru Maharaj, he joined this movement in 1969 when he was a young man. He was working and he came to this Khan temple. So the temple president gave him the seva of cleaning the room of Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada was going to visit that center in Canada, and he was told that you please clean this room. And Srila Guru Maharaj very humbly, in a menial attitude, did that first service to his spiritual master. Just like Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he on the first meeting with Srila Prabhupada noticed something special about Srila Prabhupada. Similarly, when Srila Prabhupada met our beloved Guru Maharaj, he found that there is a great personality here who can do wonderful service for this movement. And he empowered him with so many instructions to fulfill in the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So on this occasion, we are all celebrating this wonderful ceremony. And here we have with us His Holiness Kavichandra Swami Maharaj, a beloved disciple of Srila Prabhupada. So we request Maharaj to please speak on the importance of Vyasa Puja, why we should celebrate Vyasa Puja, what is the importance of this occasion. So we'll hear from His Holiness Kavichandra Swami Maharaj. His Holiness Kavichandra Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Krishna Krishna is great. Hare Krishna. Okay, we have a big crowd. Yeah. Mahadevi. Om Gyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chaksuramilitanyena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swampadantika Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nirvisesha Sunivadi Paschatari Santa. Vyasa Puja, we just got the Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja book, it's online. And now there's an app, if you have Android, you can just get this app and search everything. So it has a very long introduction, the meaning of Vyasa Puja, which I don't remember all of it, and we wouldn't have time to read the whole thing. But Vyasa Puja means Vyasadeva, because he gave us the Vedas. He's the incarnation of Krishna, empowered for literature. And then the followers of whoever is representing Vyasa, we have Vyasa Puja. So in our Vaishnav line, we celebrate on the appearance day of our Guru. And we're worshiping Vyasa, honoring Vyasa through the current Guru. So it's very important. It's very important all the devotees make some kind of offering, meditate, come together. What I see is, like when I read offerings by other devotees, it's very enlivening to see how everybody has such a deep affection for their Guru, for Srila Prabhupada, depending on which Vyasa Puja it is. So Gopal Krishna Maharaj is a very exceptional devotee, quite inconceivable. I was just going around Delhi to so many temples. We say there's like 18 temples or something, but I found out there's a lot more under construction. And compared, the one that is called like an extension center or something is bigger congregation than almost any big temple in the rest of the world. And I could really see the Shakti of Gopal Krishna. I was with him a lot when he was first getting the east of Kailash, Radhaparthasarthi temple established. It's a huge endeavor to get the land, then to get permission to build, and then get a plan that fits into all the government. And he got the top architect of India to donate the plan, which is something that normally would cost a fortune. And anyway, got it built. Now, there's so many temples, but what I really amazing thing is that, and this was his wish and his power, because he told me once that they were getting a lot of places donated. Many of those temples that somebody donated them in the land or the temple. He said it's very hard to find the managers. But all the temples are run by brahmacharis, which is really an amazing thing. Groups of brahmacharis, they're all very good friends, very competent, you know, from IIT and places like that. So that I just was really amazing, I thought. So, and Gopal Krishna Maharaj, for myself, of course, we were both on the GBC, so we were in the meetings together. But otherwise, besides being, you know, like the most amazing manager in the movement that I've ever seen, because he was cool-headed always. He never got anxiety, never, that I saw anyway. He was always cool-headed and friendly with everybody, even though he was managing so many incredible things, and able to make friends. I mean, even up to Mr. Modi, you know, that's it. I don't know how many of us it would take to, impossible to create relationships like he did with politicians. But he loved to, he was actually very simple, and he loved Parikrama especially. He was always coming on the Braj Mandala Parikrama and walking, always coming on the Navadvip Mandala Parikrama and walking. And he loved to, of course, talk about the Leelas. I had a lot of competition because I'd want to speak somewhere, but he'd want to. And he loved the Artik, Mangal Artik every day. One time he apologized to me. He said, you know, I got in at 2 o'clock in the morning and I'm sorry, but I couldn't do Mangal Artik today. You know, it's like, I said, well, that's okay, you know. But, and then towards the last couple of years, he almost leaning on the wall, but he was so determined, besides his own puja and his son's scholarship and everything. So we're very, very fortunate. And we know how in India, Prabhupada had different GBC. Nobody could really handle it. Then he called Gopal Krishna Maharaj to come. And he did, amazing work. So we have Juhu, Bombay, and everything around there. And we have Vrindavan, Delhi, and everything, millions of other centers. And he handled everything perfectly. Got through to whoever was needed to get permission to do things in Bombay. He managed the final, getting whatever, somebody that nobody could ever get through to. So we can see, and I heard he had 55,000 disciples. For some of you are here. He went to Russia. He was one of the first devotees to go to Russia. He could go because they could go to Russia. And he struggled. I remember that there was a time when a certain group of devotees in Russia were campaigning so heavily against Gopal Krishna. It was like really amazing. And he never got disturbed by it and ended up being the main push of everything in Russia. He just carried on. He never got disturbed. Maybe he was disturbed, but he didn't show it. But so we have his, Juhu, we have Bombay, we have Vrindavan, and in Delhi, especially now, with so many projects and so many devotees, and the power is coming through. Everything is expanding and growing. He had that vision, starting from the greater Kailash, and just kept growing, and it's gonna never stop growing. So he really blessed, and I was very fortunate to have association, especially like I said on the Prikrama is always like the most nice association with God brothers and other devotees. Everybody's kind of on equal levels. Nobody really, everybody's just trying to be absorbed in the holy Dham. He liked to walk barefoot even. One time he apologized because he put on shoes for a little while. But that's the type, he was a real Vaishnava, a real devotee. First and foremost, he didn't see problems. He just said, no problem, because he knew there was a solution if we all surrendered to Krishna. So he gave us that inspiration. He served faithfully on GBC and Bureau and all those things for his whole life. So I want to thank you for giving me a chance to speak and be here. He was proof of his humility and kindness. He was always very kind to me. I guess you could see that I needed that or something, but from the very beginning that I ever met him. First time I never met him actually. I was in Juhu right after the opening. And at that time he was, due to circumstances, he was totally absorbed in the BBT. And I knew he was there, but he was always out. I was really impressed. And I would see, like, late at night, his prasadam was still there. He hadn't come back yet, from the printers or wherever he was going all over Bombay. So determined and so dedicated to Srila Prabhupada. So we should pray like anything, and we can carry the torch. Maybe 50,000 disciples can do a little bit of what he did, if you really work at it. So, but he's given us, like Prabhupada said, I gave you, but he's given us so much. So we just have to hang in there and grow. All right, so we thank you again very much. We have a lot of devotees here to speak. And I like to come and hear others speak. So. Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki jai. Krishna Balaram Mandir ki jai. All of Delhi. Anybody that comes to Vrindavan, I highly suggest you take some time to go to at least 3 or 4 of the temples in Delhi. So you can get some idea of what a person Gopal Krishna Maharaj was. If Mahamantra told me one time, I can take you to all the temples in one day, you'd have to have a police escort on a motorcycle, or maybe you could stop by, for a few minutes, but it takes a few weeks. But it's definitely a very worthwhile pilgrimage and very inspirational. And for connecting with Prabhupada, go to Chippiwada. Okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So the Vyasa Puja that brings us all together, focused on one thing, the disciplic succession, and how our Guru, is representing that disciplic succession and connecting with it, and that everybody is trying their best and should bring us all together in a very loving way to increase our service. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Maharaj, for speaking so beautifully about the importance of Vyasa Puja. The spiritual master is a representative of Vyasadeva as he's bringing the timeless Vedic wisdom to us. Maharaj also made a garland of all beautiful qualities that His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj had: enthusiasm, determination, absorption, commitment, and so much of patience. Maharaj mentioned that Guru Maharaj would never get disturbed. So there is a small booklet which has instructions of Guru Maharaj. I just want to read one statement from that. He says, if you are determined to follow the spiritual master, you will never get disturbed and never deviate. So he's writing that, and he showed that in his personal life, that he never got disturbed. So we'll continue the glorification program. Next we invite Her Grace Mahadevi Mataji to speak about Srila Prabhupada, to speak about Guru Maharaj. Okay. So request Mataji to please come.
After this.
His Grace Panchagauda Prabhu will speak after you.
Ladies first.
Yeah. Remember that when I come in.
I always remember.
Yes, I do. Very fortunate. Gopal Krishna Maharaj really loved Panchagauda Prabhu and was really so protective of him and our ISKCON Vrindavan. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharane Nirvasesha Sunyavadi Paskachadi Satarane. Jai Gopal Krishna Maharaj Ki Jai. Certainly so beloved to Srila Prabhupada, not only because of all of his accomplishments, which are innumerable. I was reading long passage this morning, all the temples that he established in Delhi, which that's so nice the way you described. I want to go on that pilgrimage now. And what about all the temples and devotees that Maharaj and his preaching attracted in Russia and through the Namahat program? I mean, we're talking hundreds and thousands, probably millions. So Maharaj, of course, is noted for all of his accomplishments, but also it was how Maharaj did his service, not just doing it, but how he did it. He was, his Vaishnava behavior is what stood out to me. So in the last 25 years or something of serving here with ISKCON Vrindavan, many times I had the opportunity to cross paths with His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj. And even though I was his lowly god sister, I always found that the way he spoke and that the way he behaved with especially older mothers, children, women, his god brothers, he understood the relationship ways that we interact with each other. I was very impressed by that. And I found that because his heart is so pure, because we try to see the spiritual master in the present, then his behavior is so sincere that's why everyone is so attracted to hearing from him, because of his behavior. The same as why we were attracted to Srila Prabhupada, because of his behavior. Of course, what Srila Prabhupada and what His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj says is, of course, of monumental importance. And we can see just in hearing Maharaj's class, the shabda, that sound vibration, it goes in the ear, it changes the heart, and even just one sentence can be a meditation for a long time. So just recently, I had the amazing good fortune of interacting with many of Gopal Krishna Maharaj's disciples, and I see that his disciples are also imbibing that Vaishnava behavior mood, the mood of not just what we learn, the gyan, which so many of Maharaj's disciples are so learned. I can tell that they've been reading Prabhupada's books. Gopal Krishna Maharaj emphasized book distribution, but he also emphasized reading Srila Prabhupada's books and hearing what Prabhupada has to say. So when we decided to make this offering to Srila Prabhupada, Garland of Glorifications, we went around and we interviewed, and I had two of Gopal Krishna Maharaj's disciples, Braj Kishore Das and Ati Priya Das and Akash Das, such sincere devotees who were really in the mood of assisting me with my offering. And almost every other disciple, almost every other second, third, and fourth generation were Gopal Krishna Maharaj disciples. And I was stunned how they really understood the essence of Prabhupada's books, how to be a servant, how to Trinadapi Sunechana, but the behavior in Trinadapi, and not just saying the words, but actually, especially in a challenging situation, how do we apply humility, tolerance, respect? Not so easy. So when we see and hear about Gopal Krishna Maharaj, he was, as someone said, exemplary in how to stay cool-headed and how to apply Krishna consciousness in so many different challenging situations. I was also reflecting upon how Maharaj, he really was over this bodily concept. Prabhupada from the very beginning attracted us by talking about we are not this body. And it was, what? We are not this body. What are we? And of course, the whole Bhagavad Gita and what Srila Prabhupada repeated over and over again. So Gopal Krishna Maharaj, his preaching, his dynamic preaching is always coming back to this, that we are not this body, this designation, I'm Indian, I'm this, I'm that. Maharaj is constantly telling us we're simply servant. That's why we have the name Das and Dasi. And so when you would see Maharaj speaking to different devotees, doing his service, so strict with his own regulation. I heard Maharaj say one time, regulation is the key to peace of mind. And actually Krishna says this in Bhagavad Gita also. So we know a great personality from how they repeat the words of the previous acharyas. And so Prabhupada Gopal Krishna Maharaj was always repeating what what Srila Prabhupada says, and always repeating how Srila Prabhupada behaved. So this term, cool-headed, it's very, we should try to practice this. We all have challenging situations, and we're so many different kinds of devotees. I was really relishing all of Gopal Krishna Maharaj's disciples, so many flavors, so many different moods, and all beautiful, just like someone was saying, like a flower garland. And so we all get to link together to be able to serve Prabhupada's ISKCON Vrindavan. So today I want to humbly bow down to Gopal Krishna Maharaj again, but I also want to learn how to really bow down and honor his disciples, second, third, fourth generation. They're pushing on the movement. They're doing just extraordinary service, and I feel very grateful, as I was mentioning in my offering to Prabhupada, to be serving in ISKCON Vrindavan. And if we have, Maharaj had that, didn't he? He had that mood of gratitude, so much about the gratitude, and always glorifying what Srila Prabhupada did, or what Srila Bhaktisiddhanta said, where such and such concept comes. He knew Prabhupada's book from Bhagavatam, just like Srila Prabhupada. We were so amazed how Prabhupada would make a simple point, and then he would reference from Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Nectar of Instruction. And the same with Gopal Krishna Maharaj. And now we see his disciples are also studying Srila Prabhupada's books and repeating. So in this way, Maharaj, I am so grateful that I have seen your Vaishnava behavior in action. And also I learned from your disciples how you were serving Srila Prabhupada, and I hope that I can also follow in your footsteps. Thank you, Gopal Krishna Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, Shri Gauda Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mataji. You wonderfully said that Guru Maharaj did not just accomplish, but the way he did it, how he did it, was very significant. He carried himself with always such grace, exhibiting wonderful Vaishnava qualities, and he also trained his disciples to follow in the same footsteps, to not just distribute the books of Srila Prabhupada, but also to read them and imbibe those teachings in their personal life. Next, we have a written offering sent by Srila Jayapataka Goswami Maharaj from Mayapur. So we are going to read that offering. Maharaj writes, "My dear devotees, please accept my best wishes. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Written from my home base, Sri Mayapur Chandrodaya Mandir. Today, as I remember His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, I feel both sorrow and gratitude. Sorrow because we have lost a very important leader, and I lost a very dear friend and godbrother. Gratitude because of his association and the wonderful example of service he set. I knew Maharaj from 1968 in ISKCON. We were bhaktas together. He was always very steady and determined to serve Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada trusted him with big responsibilities, and Maharaj carried them out with great care. Wherever he was sent, he took up the work wholeheartedly. One of his most visible contributions was in Delhi. When Srila Prabhupada wanted a strong center in the capital of India, Maharaj took that instruction to heart. He worked tirelessly to establish ISKCON Delhi. Today what we see, beautiful temples like east of Kailash, Dwarka, Rohini, Punjabi Bagh, to name a few, are standing as testimony to his determination. He turned Delhi into one of the strongest ISKCON bases in India, with thousands of devotees, large-scale festivals, and powerful preaching programs. Maharaj was a BBT trustee and also a pillar for book distribution in India. He personally encouraged the devotees, setting yearly goals and inspiring them to surpass those goals. Under his leadership, India became one of the top countries for distributing Srila Prabhupada's books. Even when his health was weak, he would still travel, preach, and inspire devotees never to stop this most important service. Another great contribution was his care for Srila Prabhupada's movement in Russia and the former Soviet Union. He risked much in those early days, giving support and guidance to devotees there when the situation was very difficult. Later, he continued to nurture the yatra, encouraging the growth of temples and preaching in that part of the world. He was also very active in North America, serving as a GBC member and caring for devotees there. His presence gave confidence to many congregations, and his calm, steady leadership gave them strength to carry on. Maharaj's personal qualities made him special. He was very disciplined, always rising early, chanting his rounds attentively, and keeping a strict personal standard. At the same time, he was affectionate and approachable. Many devotees felt encouraged by just a few words from him. He combined strong management with real care for devotees. That is why so many temples flourished under his guidance. Now that Maharaj has departed, there is a great gap. He carried a very heavy load of service for Srila Prabhupada and ISKCON. To honor him, we must not let that load fall. And especially the senior disciples of Gopal Krishna Maharaj should also step forward to take up the service of Diksha Guru. Maharaj has left behind a large family of devotees and they will need shelter and guidance. For me personally, Gopal Krishna Maharaj will always be remembered as someone who was steady, dependable, and determined. Srila Prabhupada often spoke about wanting strong managers and strong preachers. Maharaj was both. His life is a clear example of loyalty to Guru and Krishna's mission. He was an MBT trustee, personally appointed by Srila Prabhupada, and he was always busy with various services. But still, he gave time to Mayapur. He was a member of Mayapur Executive Board, and every year he would come to Mayapur for Narsingh Chaturdashi till they installed Narasimhadev in Delhi. The best way to honor him is to continue his projects, to expand book distribution, to build temples, to preach to the people, and to help the devotees he has nurtured. In this way, we can keep his legacy alive and please Srila Prabhupada. I offer my obeisances to His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. I pray that we may carry forward his service mood and remain united in serving Srila Prabhupada's mission. Yours in service, Jayapataka Swami. Srila Jayapataka Swami Maharaj ki jai. Now we invite our temple president, His Grace Panchagaura Prabhu. Panchagaura Prabhu has been a very dear godbrother of Guru Maharaj, and Guru Maharaj personally loved him so much. So we'd like to hear from him.
His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj ki jai. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namni. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschachadi Shatarane. Come on, Shruta. We're here at the offerings for Gopal Krishna Maharaj. We have everyone waiting for you. So you better get yourself over here.
You're already there.
I'm already here.
Okay.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So this is a wonderful opportunity to appreciate someone who's actually been blessed by the Guru and who's carrying on the tradition of Srila Vyasadeva. Because previously Shruti was heard from Guru to disciple. In this way, the disciple was empowered by the Guru to understand the purpose and goal of life. And they could actually retain their Shrutidhar. People had much more capacity to hear and absorb the transcendental message and carry out the order of a spiritual master. But Srila Vyasadeva understood Kali Yuga's coming, so he sent very powerful personalities, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, who traveled and was very courageous to take on the task at such an advanced age to cross the ocean, and armed with Srimad Bhagavatams, but amazing, very small-statured, dhoti kurta, one little case, and having that much faith and confidence, and taking support from his Guru Maharaj, because he wanted to fulfill the order that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati gave him to spread this mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to the English and speaking world, all over the world, to spread it. Especially in the early days, as we heard from Kavi Chandra Maharaj, India was a challenge. Actually, things started developing in America, Canada, and a few other places, but when Prabhupada came back to India and trying to establish Krishna consciousness in India, most of the Western GBCs could not handle the task of establishing and, implanting the seed of Krishna consciousness. So Gopal Krishna Maharaj came forward, and you can see that Srila Prabhupada would often call on Gopal Krishna Maharaj for the book publications and for establishing centers in Krishna consciousness. And the proof of one's empowerment is that his determination and accomplishments. It wasn't that some ceremonious, offer a big cake, yes, this is Vyasa Puja. But he actually did something very significant. He was very spiritually calculative. He can also, like on Sankirtan, we would sometimes profile, you see so many people moving this way, but there's a good one, there's a good one. Not that we're choosing, but when you see that someone is enthusiastic to hear and taking up the order enthusiastically, so Gopal Krishna Maharaj would engage them and encourage them to use their potential for spreading Krishna consciousness. I don't know what he saw in me, but somehow he allowed me to serve here in the early 90s. He felt that, this will be good. You stay with Kadambakana Maharaj and you help in Vrindavan. So that was a blessing from Guru, from Gopal Krishna Maharaj, to give a chance, even for someone maybe unqualified to do it. But by being with Maharaj, and every summer I'd be in the West and I'd see how he would travel to many cities throughout the United States, Canada, also in Russia and different places. Maharaj had the whole world. And as His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj mentioned, that Gopal Krishna Maharaj carried a heavy load by being the chairman of the Bureau, of the BBT, and frankly, developing big projects and becoming friendly and familiar with some of the biggest leaders in the country. So this is all for Srila Prabhupada's pleasure. Not that Maharaj needed anything for his own glorification. He was always very humble, but also giving time. He gave good time. Whenever he would come to Vrindavan, he'd give me an opportunity just to find out what's happening, how it's happening. All the disciples would be lined out in the hallways, and I couldn't imagine how he was just traveling and spending so much time preaching and meetings, and then giving time to me, and also to what we say, just his simple disciples, whether it's a family and that's for some inspiration. And we've seen the accomplishments of many of the devotees who did take Gopal Krishna Maharaj's guidance, and they also are performing wonderful service, especially here in Vrindavan. I think we have a majority, we have quite a few Gopal Krishna Maharaj disciples, and things are, I think that Gopal Krishna Maharaj is still with us because devotees are remembering and they're praising and glorifying his accomplishments. They're praising and glorifying his enthusiasm for book distribution, his focus. If you ever heard his early lecture, because I didn't see that one lecture for quite some time, but then when Maharaj was speaking, I thought they turned the speed up on the sometimes they do that on the video, they turn the speed up, and he was just going for it, and even though the interviewer was trying to find some fault, but he in a very, he disarmed the whole thing in a very friendly, a little bit comical way too, but very intelligently with philosophy, logic, and reason. And I was impressed that he held I think a few master's degrees, and devotee may look very simple and humble, but he was very much accomplished in the academic world, whatever that means, but he utilized his abilities to manage and enthuse others for the purpose of spreading Lord Chaitanya's mission. And by his enthusiasm, book distribution doubled, tripled, 5 times, and not only 1 temple, 2 temples, but 20 temples in Delhi. So he accomplished so much enthusiastically for Srila Prabhupada, and we'd like to encourage that we all follow in Maharaja's footsteps. And one more point that really sticks out, because there's always challenges in life, sometimes difficulties, and it's difficult to control the anger and anxiety. You think, oh, why is all this happening? Maharaj was good at that. He could always wanted to keep peace. He wanted to resolve the challenges in a very, amicable way, in a very friendly way. And you have to have control of mind and senses. And this is a yogi, someone who can actually control the mind, control the senses, and engage them in the service of Krishna. Light's gone out. So anyway, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to glorify Maharaj, because it's a genuine glorification. Like I said, twice, one time in '93, he asked me to be here, and then back again in 2009, he said, well, why don't you come back again in the management? And I've told the story many times. I said, okay, let me check with the wife, So she said, okay, why don't you do it? I said, oh, okay. I didn't think she would go for that. But you see, good things happen if you take the message and the instruction of the spiritual master and work hard to carry out. Krishna is pleased, Guru is pleased, and your life becomes perfect. So His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj ki
Jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Prabhuji, for sharing wonderful memories of Guru Maharaj and also encouraging us, his disciples, to follow his instructions seriously. One thing is coming up again and again. His Holiness Kavichandra Maharaj mentioned it. Mataji also mentioned it, and Prabhuji also mentioned that one has to learn to remain cool-headed and not get angry, be sense control, mind control. And I think it's a testimony to Guru Maharaj's quality. It's coming up again and again. So that's something for us to learn. Now we invite Her Grace Nagpatni Mataji to kindly come and speak something.
Omekinatimandasya jananjana salakaya chaksun nilitanyena tasmai shri gurave namaha. I first became really aware of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj is when I was studying the letters to and from Srila Prabhupada. And it struck me that in his early years in Krishna consciousness, he had such a Vaishnava attitude. Many of us come with all kinds of attitudes, but seldom are they so pure. And he really understood the concept of humility. And then after many years, I saw him in Russia preaching, and how much he was so empowered to enliven people. Srila Prabhupada said that he would be happy if he had one moon, not just many stars. But he was very fortunate in that there are quite a few, several great moons that Srila Prabhupada came from Srila Prabhupada. And Gopal Krishna Maharaj is definitely preeminent. And as Srila Prabhupada said, you can tell the value of a tree by the fruit it gives. And His Holiness gave so much fruit. As we've seen and heard about in Delhi, some amazing accomplishments. And with all the devotees have taken shelter of him, and that he was able to actually give shelter to in such a magnificent way. So we're all very grateful for such a great personality to come here. These are not ordinary personalities that come to help Srila Prabhupada. And I'm grateful to have the association of many of his disciples who are very spiritually enlivened and very focused on their devotional life. So I thank you all, and all glories to His Holiness Srila Gopal Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mataji, for the message. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said to Sanatana Goswami that the real ornaments of a Vaishnava are his qualities. The Vaishnava attitude is most important. So His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj was not just an achiever. He achieved things in a Vaishnava way, being very respectful to everyone, being very humble. And therefore, he touched everyone's hearts. And as Mataji mentioned, he would make sure that he take out time for everyone. I'll just share a personal anecdote because this keeps me attached to him very much. I was very young in this movement, and once I just complained to Guru Maharaj that, Maharaj, you don't take out time for us. And he became so touched by that statement, he immediately told me, I have a flight in 2 hours, and if you have something important to speak to me, he was not just superficially saying that. He said, I can cancel that flight. So I said, no, you don't have to cancel the flight just to speak to me. But he said it so seriously and genuinely that I can cancel the flight to talk if there is something very important. So that is very special about him. Next we have His Grace Matsya Avatar Prabhu speak something about Maharaj.
Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine nirvishesha shunyavadi pashatya nishatare. Srila Gopal Krishna Maharaj was since the first day in my mind in Krishna consciousness. On 1976 in Delhi, Gandhi Road, I remember, I met Srila Prabhupada, the first merciful darshan I got. And it creates my link with the spiritual world, spiritual life, Vaishnava life. Gopal Krishna Maharaj was there. Was there, running here and there on that small building. And he came in the chamber where Srila Prabhupada was seated on a very large cushion, white cushion, and got instruction from Srila Prabhupada. He went away, came back, and so on. And our conversation, my darshan of Srila Prabhupada continued. Since that time, I got back to Vrindavana every year, the same season, the same month, and I stayed 15 days, 20 days, anytime. And Gopal Krishna Maharaj was many times in Vrindavana when the same time I have been. And he always invited me to stay with him, taking prasadam together, and discussing about few things who he was really interested. That time I was a professional, and he was asking me professional things. But Lord Krishna was always in the center. Always we were referring to Srila Prabhupada's books. And then he was interested in having me to help with the big temple in Delhi. And he wanted to realize a diorama, a very special diorama. We discussed a lot about that a few times. And then he came to Italy. He invited me to go with him to visit some important church, cathedral, places, monastery, where we could learn something to make up the diorama in Delhi temple. So we went together in Padova. There is one very nice museum of a local saint who was the major disciple of Saint Francis. And there was a very nice museum with some coming up technology of special effects. He was very, very interested in that kind of technology to bring it in the temple, in the Delhi temple. So we stayed some hours inside this place, watching attentively everything. He was very focused on things on which he was learning more. So many other times in Vrindavan, discussing about the coming up samadhi. And then when I was engaged in modern construction, the inside the architectural accomplishment about the Pushpa Samadhi Mandir, he was very attentive, he was very interested, he was following the works, and he was very interested to understand how we made up the internal dome of the Pushpa Samadhi by mosaic, and all the sculpture all around in an ancient Italian technique of vitro ceramic, in order to survive to the Indian monsoon season. So he was very, very interested in everything to be accomplished. So of course, he was always tied to his own works, his own projects, and so on. He loved so much my mother, Ananda Brindavana, the Vidasi. He was very kind with her. She was very old when he came to Vrindavan, every time, every year, because all my family members became Vaishnava. So he knew every one of us, my children, my wife, my mother. He was very, very, very kind. He was shifting from, to be deeply interested in technical things, I would say, like embellishment, temples and so on, and in the same time, with the personal relationship with my family members. And then, I remember him always in the first line, or giving puja, offering puja to Krishna Balaram deity in the central altar here in Vrindavan, Krishna Balaram Mandir, or chanting japa and jai in Mayapur during the GBC meeting. I have the idea and memory of him, first class devotee, first class Vaishnava, first class spiritual master, first class manager, I would say. So, first class devotee of Lord Shri Krishna and Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for listening. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhuji. So nicely you said Guru Maharaj was a first-class disciple, a first-class devotee, a first-class spiritual master, a first-class manager, and he was a personification of both greatness and sweetness. So two qualities which may be sometimes contradictory, but were present in him. We invite next Her Grace Devi Shakti Mataji to kindly come and speak. Meanwhile, I'll also like to share one thing. Once Guru Maharaj told to one of his senior brahmachari disciples that I'm just a coolie. Coolie translates into porter. So I'm just a coolie in the movement of my spiritual master, and I'm carrying the load very happily. So he said that, and we also heard that others say that he carried so much load for Srila Prabhupada.
Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyabari Paschatya Deshatarine. So there are two famous mottos in English that I feel Gopal Krishna Maharaj very much personifies. The first is mind over matter. Mind over matter because Gopal Krishna Maharaj, after his services rendered in Canada and America, Srila Prabhupada brought him back to India to become the one GBC for all of India and also to become the BBT chairman. He was running the whole country practically. And after Srila Prabhupada entered Samadhi, there was such a strain to not only maintain everything that Srila Prabhupada had established, but to carry out the instructions that Prabhupada had given specifically to Gopal Krishna Maharaj in the form of expansion within India. And it wasn't only India. Prabhupada had given him Russia to take care of. Prabhupada had given him Eastern Africa to take care of, along with Canada and parts of America. It was practically one of the biggest portfolios that any devotee had in the entire society. So naturally, with so much responsibility and having to travel and maintain and expand so much, this took a toll on Maharaj's health eventually. And by the late 1980s, he started to have heart failure, as we all know. And by force, he had to rest. Though he never had much time to be here in Vrindavan, he would always come just before the summertime, before he would start his travels to Russia and other places, and he would give us a pep talk here in Vrindavan. And he would say the same thing about every year, but it gave the same message and it kept us here all through the summer. He would say, Krishna Balaram don't run away in the summertime when it gets hot. And therefore, we should all stay here and do our services also. So this gave everyone, instead of evaporating in the heat, it reminded us that Krishna Balaram are here, Radhasham Sundar Gaurnitai, they're not going, Srila Prabhupada's here. They don't run away in the summertime, and we should also stay here. He didn't mention that. So, though he was constantly traveling, he kept his eye on Vrindavan always. And eventually, when his heart failure, his heart condition increased, he was forced to rest, and he came here to rest. Forget about the word rest. It's not in his dictionary. It didn't happen. He was here, but he was running everything from here. Unlimited correspondence, phone calls, people coming to see him instead of him having to travel all over the place. And that went on practically for the next 35 years, because it's not that the heart improves in time. No, it's a downward process. So as his health was diminishing, along came this mind over matter, because the body was deteriorating. That's one of the 6 processes, deterioration. Body was deteriorating, but we saw that Maharaj never diminished in his activities. Every morning, performing Mangalarti, performing his puja, speaking whenever he was asked to give lectures. Despite the physical inconveniences he was experiencing, by the sheer force of his devotional love for Srila Prabhupada and love for their lordships, who he was worshiping all over the world, he went on with all of his devotional activities. So that's the first motto, mind over matter, for Maharaj. The next is over and beyond the call of duty. Now Maharaj gave his disciples particular assignments that will go on for the rest of their life. Just as with Hanuman, Lord Ram gave Hanuman the order to find Sita. Well, yes, he flew to Lanka and he found Sita, but he didn't stop there. He burned up all of Lanka on the way back. So Maharaj, with the same, he had so many responsibilities given by Srila Prabhupada. With an ordinary person, it would have taken many lifetimes to do all of that. I believe originally Prabhupada asked him to make 7 temples in Delhi. Well, we're hearing how many temples he eventually made by the end of his appearance here, 20 temples at least, and still growing in Delhi. What to speak of all of his international responsibilities. So this was his over and beyond the call of duty. Not only was he constantly meditating how to carry out all the responsibilities Prabhupada had given him, particularly in book publication, book distribution, establishment of temples, making of devotees. But over and beyond that, he was constantly accepting more and more responsibilities, the chairmanship of the bureau, and so many GBC responsibilities. So this was a genuine devotee, I would say on the level of Sri Hanumanji, who was ready and willing to take all risks for Srila Prabhupada and for the Supreme Lord, and not only fulfill those duties, but do more than was asked for him, just for their satisfaction. So my most humble respects to His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj, and you're all very fortunate to have taken shelter of him, those who have accepted initiation, and those of us who have the great fortune of serving under his surveillance here in Vrindavan and temples around the world. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mataji, for nourishing our hearts with these beautiful explanations. 2 points she mentioned, mind over matter and over and beyond the call of duty. So we saw Guru Maharaj always extending himself, stretching himself. I'll share one more anecdote, very, very simple but very heart-touching. It just happened 2 years ago. Guru Maharaj was in ISKCON Mira Road, Mumbai temple. And he came from Kharghar to Mira Road for a couple of hours. So one devotee made a very beautiful garland for him. But he was already wearing a garland. So he said, let this garland be given to Srila Prabhupada. I will not wear it. It's a very beautiful garland. Let it be given to Srila Prabhupada. So in the few hours he stayed in the temple, he told at least 10 people that this garland should be given to Srila Prabhupada. This garland should be given to Srila Prabhupada. And somehow or other, everyone forgot that he told that the garland should be given to Srila Prabhupada. So when he was leaving the temple, he personally took that garland and he went to the temple hall and put it on Srila Prabhupada and then went out of the temple. So he was so mindful about small things, about the different limbs of devotional service. So next we invite Her Grace Nartaki Mataji to kindly come and speak something.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pashtaya Bhutale Simati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namini Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaura Bhanu Nivishesha Shunyavadi Pastya Chadu Satvani. I don't know actually Gopal Krishna Maharaj's Pranamanta. I only know the first one that goes for everyone. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pashtaya Bhutale. His Divine Grace, Gopal Krishna Maharaj, iti namine. Hare Krishna. My earliest memory, I always saw His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj, even in Los Angeles, when I was still in Los Angeles. In Australia, I didn't see him. But then later on, when I decided to move to India, no, even before that, I saw him always in association with Prabhupada in Mayapur and in Vrindavan Dham. So I knew that we all honored him as a close associate of Srila Prabhupada, a close disciple of Srila Prabhupada. As also Bhakti Churu Maharaj and His Holiness Jai Pataka Maharaj. They were all part of the entourage of Srila Prabhupada. And then later, of course, when I moved to India, I came here to see Vrindavan Dham. And that is when I got the most association actually with His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj. He was always very, very kind to the ladies and very protective and always asking how we are and if everything was going good for ourselves. Our services were going good. And I was in the Gurukula as a nurse, working as a nurse. And actually one of his disciples, Anantarup and from IDO, whose sons were Gopal. I don't know their initiated names actually. Gopal and Radhika Raman. I saw them growing up, and his mother was a very close friend of mine. We went together in Los Angeles on Sankirtan. So naturally they were always telling me about Gopal Krishna Maharaj, and they wanted their son in Gurukula being taken care of and educated in Gurukula. So they asked me when I moved to India to bring the two boys here. So I came here with them, but somehow or other, they were so much, because they were home educated, they were so much used to the environment at home, Krishna conscious environment at home, that they couldn't adjust to the Gurukula there very much. So actually then they went home again, and the parents educated them, and then they became Radhika Raman studied the 6 Sandarbhas and Sanskrit, and that was his thesis, his PhD thesis, and he had so much inspiration from his Guru Maharaj that he accomplished something at a very early age. So I could see that behind everything, Gopal Krishna Maharaj gave so much enthusiasm to that whole family. And then when I was here, I was witnessing also the opening of the main temple in Delhi, and it was to us always a pleasure to come for the Rath Yatra, and he personally would, when he would come to Vrindavan, he would personally invite us, to come for the Rath Yatra for sure, and later on he also organized also through his disciples, he organized for us to go to the Chandigarh Rath Yatra, and on the way we would stop by in Kurukshetra, and as we know, Srila Prabhupada went there himself also, and there at the Brahma Sarovar there is also a temple of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, which had a beautiful diorama of the Rasalila dance. Because as we know that Lord Krishna and some Dwarka Vasis came and at the what do you call that eclipse? It was a solar eclipse. It was a solar eclipse, and they took snan in the Brahmasarovar. So, and at this time, the Brajvasis heard that the Lord would be coming, and they met him there in Kurukshetra. But they weren't happy. They Srimati Radharani wanted to bring Krishna back to Vrindavan. So when Prabhupada was there, now he always explained that these are actual historical description of what had happened in Kurukshetra. It was not allegorical or something, some story or something. There was one person, his surname was Nanda, he's a politician, and he met Prabhupada there, and he did some kind of manav seva by not excavating, but renewing the holy place. But he never even touched the Jyotisar where Lord Krishna instructed Arjuna, and Srila Prabhupada really wanted a temple there and he had a discussion with him, and that person wanted to sell some property to Prabhupada, but Prabhupada wanted it donated, so he wasn't showing much interest at that time. So I think Gopal Krishna Maharaj understood Srila Prabhupada's desire to have that built up, that holy place built up very magnificently, and I think there's a plan like that going on with the disciples also of Gopal Krishna Maharaj, that they want to continue that desire of his. So I think that would be a wonderful service to His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj. Just like Gopal Krishna Maharaj, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj wanted to please Srila Prabhupada so much with fulfilling the desires that he would have liked to have done. And so I think it is also the duty of the disciples of Gopal Krishna Maharaj to do the same for their Guru Maharaj, that they try to continue what their Guru Maharaj desired to have done. So I think that would be a wonderful achievement to have that Jyotisar built up into a wonderful dham, and including the Brahma Sarovar, of course, where many of his disciples who have been engaged in book distribution of Bhagavad Gita that was spoken there would love to come and bring other people there to be enlivened spiritually. My humble obeisances to my dear God brother, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj, and my obeisances to his disciples as well. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mataji. So, of so many things you said, one thing is a reminder to Maharaj's disciples. Just like Srila Prabhupada's desires were fulfilled by Maharaj, he tried his best. So his disciples, all of us, should also endeavor to fulfill his desires. And one of the desires is to have a wonderful temple in Kurukshetra, the place where Lord Krishna spoke the message of Bhagavad Gita. I'll just read one statement from Guru Maharaj's lecture. He says, if one has worked hard for Krishna, Krishna is not going to forget that. We should always keep this in mind, that devotional service, nothing is going to go in vain. So we thank Guru Maharaj for those wonderful instructions. Next we invite His Holiness Prabodhanand Saraswati Maharaj. His Grace Shrutakirti Prabhu. So request His Grace Shuddhagiri Prabhu, a dear disciple of Srila Prabhupada, to come and speak something. हिंदी में हम बोलते हैं लेकिन दोनों मिक्स करना होगा.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharni Nirvisesa Sangvari Paskyacha Desatani Panchakopa Turubhaschakri Pasandubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavane Bhyo Vaishnave Bhyo Namo Namaha. Hare Krishna. We were fighting over here who was going to speak next, Prabodhananda Saraswati Maharaj or myself, but he won. I have to submit to Maharaj. We just had Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja day. Huh? And I'm seeing here today I can learn a lot from Gopal Krishna Maharaj's disciples. Both on his appearance day, disappearance day, for many, many years. I've seen just the appreciation for him, what he's done for so many followers, so many disciples, thousands and thousands of disciples. As I said, coming to Vrindavan now almost 6 years ago now. I keep saying 5 years, but I guess 5 years or so. And getting to spend time with Maharaj over those years, something I didn't have the opportunity to do 50 more years ago, when we would be on morning walks together in New York City. As Maharaj's dedication to Srila Prabhupada, it never wavered once over time. That in itself is something rare. Maybe not so rare. I know for myself it's rare because I've had plenty of difficulties over the years. But I see that Maharaj's only difficulty was how to distribute more books, how to open more temples in Delhi area, following Srila Prabhupada's instructions. So I can say I offer my very heartfelt appreciation to him for showing me a very good example of a Prabhupada disciple, what it means to be a disciple, and how to be faithful and serve your spiritual master. And I can see with his followers, I know today in New Delhi, they were trying to get so many of us to go to New Delhi today, to Radha Parthasarathi temple. There'll be this place double size there in New Delhi. So Maharaj has taught all of you very, very well. And myself, I just want to learn from you how to serve Srila Prabhupada very, very nicely, because I see that with all of you, serving so nicely and without any break, without any deviation. And this is all to Maharaj's, this is his glory. Like we all heard, the fruit. You judge a tree by the fruit. We were in Europe recently. We were at New Brajadam. There were fig trees, figs this big on the fig trees. We happened to be there during the season. So we were enjoying these fresh figs from the tree. But it's the tree that produces these fruits. And Maharaj has produced very, very wonderful, sweet fruits in all of you. So I'd just like to thank you all, allowing me to do a little service here, sometime or other here in Vrindavan. And again, I take your example in how to serve Srila Prabhupada. So thank you all very much. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhuji. So since there is a request that some things should be summarized in Hindi, I'll try to do that also. तो प्रभु जी ने गुरु महाराज को सराहते हुए ये कहा कि जिस प्रकार एक वृक्ष उसके फलों से जाना जाता है, अगर फल बहुत अच्छे हैं तो वो उस वृक्ष की शोभा है, उसका गुण है, तो उसी प्रकार से वो सभी गुरु महाराज के शिष्य को धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं कि जैसे गुरु महाराज बहुत ही निष्ठा के साथ प्रभुपाद जी की सेवा करते रहे, वैसे ही गुरु महाराज के शिष्य भी साल बर साल प्रभुपाद जी के आंदोलन में सेवा करते आ रहे हैं। और वो उन सभी से विनम्र भाव में कह रहे हैं कि मैं आप सभी से सीखना चाहता हूं कि कैसे प्रभुपाद जी के लिए सेवा अच्छे से करनी है। तो ये उनकी कृपा है हम सभी पर, वो इस प्रकार से हमारा प्रोत्साहन कर रहे हैं, हम उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच प्रभु जी फॉर द एनकरेजमेंट। अब इन इंग्लिश? Okay. So next we'll read a message sent by His Grace Braj Vilas Prabhu from Mayapur. Dear His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. On this most auspicious occasion of your 81st Vyasa Puja celebration, we are all profoundly grateful to you, Maharaj. We miss you very, very dearly. As you know, Ambarish Prabhu is currently hospitalized and undergoing health challenges. This is a time when we feel your absence acutely, Maharaj, because you are always a pillar of support for him. I remember how you would constantly ask about his well-being whenever we met. How is Ambarish Prabhu? Where is he now? How is he doing? Maharaj, I miss those moments of your fatherly concern and warmth. Now, with Ambarish Prabhu having dedicated himself so fully to completing the Temple of the Vedic Planetarium by 2027, which will mark the 50th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada's disappearance, we feel your guiding presence is needed more than ever. Yet we know that your blessings are always with us, and we draw strength from the legacy of your love and service. Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada personally instructed you back in 1969 to establish a grand temple in Sridham Mayapur. From that day onward, you not only established countless temples across India, but also became a pillar in making the TOVP a reality. Now, as we push forward to complete it by 2027, we humbly pray for your continued mercy and inspiration. We are also immensely grateful to all the devotees worldwide who are praying for Ambarish Prabhu's recovery, especially the Delhi congregation and all the dedicated disciples. Maharaj, after your departure, I often felt like an orphan, but your disciples have been my shelter and strength. Let us all take a firm sankalpa on this Vyasa Puja day to complete the TOVP in your honor, fulfilling your cherished desire that Srila Prabhupada's project be placed first. Thank you, Maharaj, for the countless opportunities you have given us to serve Srila Prabhupada. I remain eternally indebted to you. Your servant, Braj Vilas Das. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki jai. Next we invite His Holiness Bhakti Sarvagya Gaurang Swami Maharaj to kindly come forward and speak some words.
Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pachayane Nivishesha Shunyamari Paschatare Satarine Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimate Gopal Krishna Goswami Iti Namine. Hare Krishna. Gopal Krishna Goswami, I used to see when he came to East Africa in Kenya.
briefly, I'm from South Africa, so Maharaj, unfortunately, he didn't come to South Africa for preaching there. However, I recall that he was like the first ISKCON guru, sannyasi, preacher that I encountered through a television interview. It wasn't really an interview, it was sort of an attack that a journalist in Canada was launching at Maharaj. I think that at that time Maharaj is like 37-year-old, sannyasi, effulgent. And this hostile TV presenter is accusing that you people are beggars on the streets. You are blocking the streets, begging. And Maharaj says, immediately fires back, no, we are not begging. When was the last time you saw us on the streets? And the man said, we're blocking traffic. When was the last time? He says, Hudson Bridge. Maharaj says, no, you may be talking about the Munis. I think there was another group there. Don't lump us up with the Munis. We are presenting a bona fide spiritual culture coming out of India. And he says, anyway, all we are begging is that people remember their constitutional position to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The journalist says to Maharaj that he's the Hare Krishna movement, they are brainwashing the young people. Every time they see them, they look dazed and brainwashed. And Maharaj was saying, no, in fact, the society, the system, the family members, they've been brainwashing the living entity from birth. And our service is to undo the brainwashing that you've already done. And I was just thinking, wow, this is amazing. The journalist kept on talking about that the devotees are leeching off society, that you don't work. And Maharaj was saying that, in fact, who do you know who wakes up like at 3 in the morning? We are working for so many hours. We are giving out free literature, free cookies to the people. And in this way, as a young devotee, new devotee joining, I was greatly encouraged by the dynamism that Maharaj had, his fearlessness. Because of course you look at him, very saintly, aristocratic from India, you expect, a bit of a shanty mood coming out of him, but no, he was like a lion on the chase. And he represented our movement and our mission out in Canada and what we were all about, how we were bona fide. And I was inspired also that especially we need to be present to handle the doubts, the questions of the public, especially radio, television, newspaper, because people formulate ideas of who we are and what our mission is. And when there are no devotees to counter those false narratives, then they can become entrenched in the minds of the people that they falsely believe the Hare Krishna movement is something which it is not. And Maharaj, his service, who can actually top his service? I'm just encouraged, inspired, in awe. And we've lost a great general. However, he has left so much for the movement and so much service to be done by the rest of us. We can only simply pray to get some particle of his dedication, his commitment, his love for Srila Prabhupada, his service attitude. Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki Gaur Premanande.
हरे कृष्णा, थैंक यू महाराज। तो महाराज जी ने बताया कि जब वो नए भक्त के रूप में थे तब पहला टीवी में वीडियो जो उन्होंने देखा वो गुरु महाराज का था। जब गुरु महाराज कनाडा में एक जर्नलिस्ट के साथ में बात कर रहे थे, तो वो जर्नलिस्ट गुरु महाराज पर आक्रमण कर रहा था अलग अलग बातों के साथ, तर्कों के साथ, और गुरु महाराज बहुत ही स्ट्रांगली उत्तर दे रहे थे। तो महाराज जी बता रहे थे कि मैंने सोचा ये भारत से हैं, बहुत सज्जन जैसे लगते हैं, संत जैसे लगते हैं, तो ये शांत स्वभाव के होंगे, लेकिन जब इन्होंने उत्तर देना शुरू किया उस जर्नलिस्ट का, तो वो शेर की तरह दहाड़ रहे थे। और ये हमें सिखा रहे थे कि कैसे हमें जो जन सामान्य लोग हैं उनके सामने अपने आंदोलन को प्रस्तुत करना चाहिए, कैसे उत्तर देना चाहिए। तो उनको ये बहुत प्रेरणादायक लगा, बहुत प्रोत्साहन उन्हें मिला उनकी भक्ति में, और वो ये प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं आज के दिन कि हम सभी गुरु महाराज के जो महान गुण हैं उसका एक कण मात्र प्राप्त कर सकें और प्रभुपाद जी की सेवा में निष्ठा के साथ लगे रहें। थैंक यू महाराज फॉर द वंडरफुल ग्लोरिफिकेशन। Next we invite His Holiness Prabhupada Saraswati Swami Maharaj to please come and speak something. सभी भक्तों से निवेदन है जिनको बुलाया जाएगा, आप अपने स्नेह को गुरु महाराज के चरणों में अर्पित करना चाहते हैं, परंतु समय का ध्यान दीजिएगा और अपने वचनों को संक्षिप्त में ही प्रस्तुत कीजिएगा। Meanwhile, also would like to mention that there is a donation pledge card from Temple of Vedic Planetarium, Gopal Krishna Goswami Bhakti Ratna Seva pledge card. So 3 types of donation pledges are there. 3 प्रकार के राशियां हैं। 1 लाख रुपए गोल्ड मेडेलियन, 51,000 सिल्वर मेडेलियन और 25,000 ब्रॉन्ज मेडेलियन। तो जो भक्त आज गुरु महाराज के व्यास पूजा महोत्सव के दिन धनराशि दान देना चाहते हैं टेम्पल ऑफ वैदिक प्लानिटोरियम को, वो बूथ पर जा सकते हैं और वहाँ भक्तों को संपर्क कर सकते हैं।
हरे कृष्ण। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी निति नमिने प्रभुपाद साहित्य प्रकाश्य विदेज प्रचारं कृतवान् साधु भगवत्पादाय नमः। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी निति नमिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देश तारिणे वंशाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्येव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौरभक्तवृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्ण। So in English? Okay. So sit. They're sitting some. Okay. So today is 81st Vyasa Puja of our beloved spiritual master, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, the beloved disciple of Srila Prabhupada. After hearing so many glorifications from his god brothers, Prabhupada disciples and sannyasi, he was speaking, and I don't understand how Guru Maharaj, I did not did anything in service to my Guru Maharaj, but still he is so merciful. He could not believe in a little service one did for him. He always remember. So Maharaj was so dear, Guru Maharaj was so dear to Srila Prabhupada, and Prabhupada gave him so many responsibility, and he tried his best to accomplish all such responsibilities so successfully. So after hearing all these things, I am thinking, what we have did nothing for our Guru Maharaj. As we heard already how he met Srila Prabhupada in Montreal in 68. From 67, Maharaj was always searching for a spiritual master. They are traveling to all the important temples in Canada and temples and churches. Every Saturday, Sunday, he will travel everywhere. And finally, he got an invitation from ISKCON. The president from Montreal there at that time was Mahapurush Prabhu, and Mahapurush Das, and he invited. I informed him that the founder Acharya of our ISKCON society is coming to Montreal. He asked him to come and meet him. And then the Maharaj asked first, anything I can do, any service for me. So everyone was busy to go to see Prabhupada and invite him there. But so they told me, can you clean the Srila Prabhupada's room that is mint? After his coming here, he is going to stay in that room. So he tried his best to clean that room. So nicely cleaned that even after Prabhupada reached there, he marked that and he asked, who is cleaned the room? Then when they told this one Indian boy is here, Prabhupada become very pleased. And he become eager to see him. And the next Prabhupada reached there, then in evening he asked to meet him. And he went to him, and Prabhupada talked to him, because those days there are no Indians practically in the moment, and he is the first Indian disciple in Western world, Srila Prabhupada's first Indian disciple. Prabhupada gave him initiation in 1969, and May 1969, and he did not change his name. That is his home name. One time Maharaj told me that his village ancestors were staying there near Ludhiana. Before Ludhiana, there is a village Khanna. All the Khanna family peoples in that village. So he told, his name was Gopal Krishna Khanna. But Prabhupada did not change his name. He told, such a sweet name your parents gave you, so just Das, Gopal Krishna Das. So like this, from the very beginning, Prabhupada was so much pleased with him, seeing his sincerity and his tendency to surrendering everything to Guru and Krishna. So this is an example how menial services start. When I also joined in this moment, my first service to serve my Guru Maharaj, to clean his latrine, bathroom and his room, everything. And in beginning days, those days in Vrindavan, we see that people say the sannyasis were not allowed to, they are not sleeping alone in the room those days because of many incidents. So Maharaj asked the temple, that time those were the leaders, they asked me to accompany Maharaj. I was sleeping with Maharaj, I was messaging him, and I cleaned his room and his bed, everything. Then Maharaj, I was messaging him, and then just sleep in his feet. Then he told, okay, 2:30, I have to wake up in like 2 o'clock or 2:30, then I have to close the door outside. I will lock the door. Then I come to my brahmachari ashram to take bath. And I take bath, then I can go and open the lock. Then Maharaj already in the bathroom, then he will come ready. I will go. Maharaj is very so sincere and so dedicated to Srila Prabhupada. One time he told me, actually, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur told that Guru Ashtakam, every verse is meant for the spiritual master. I Bande Guru Sri Charanaravinda. I pay my obeisance to such a Guru, spiritual master, who is this quality. He must be very and is a Sankirtan, very expert in performing Sankirtan. He must be very expert in Mahaprabhu's movement, the Sankirtan movement. And past history is qualified to deliver disciples from the cycle of birth and death. And he must be an expert Kirtaniya. And when he is chanting and dancing, all the ecstatic symptoms must manifested in his appearance. And he told how spiritual master is very expert in worshipping deities. Siddhi Graha Radhana Nityanana, Sringara Tan Mandir Marjanado. And we see Maharaj even in the Gundicha cleaning, even such weakness in his body, but still he will go practically to the temple and clean with the other devotees. And every day he worship the deities. He told expert also must be spiritual, making prasadam and eating, serving with the other devotees. Like this he told he must be very a dear devotee to Radha Krishna, all these things. So we see how Maharaj is very expert. He is such a manager, such a big responsibility. I could not imagine, but we have no responsibility, nothing. I saw that still Maharaj sees something I don't understand. He has thousands of disciples and so many qualified disciples and so all over the world. But he just asked me you must take sannyas. In 2008, he gave me sannyas, his first sannyas disciple. After 5 years, he gave others, like Janardhan Maharaj and Vaishnava Maharaj and others. And so Maharaj is I could not understand him. I am not properly follow his instruction, but he is so merciful. He never see the weak side. I understand that I am not such favorable for him, because a spiritual master actually saw his favor to disciples when he chastising. But I do not see Maharaj chastise me any time. He is very simple, very dealing very nicely. And in this way, so I could not understand how Maharaj is just he told, when I took initiation, I just asked him, what is your instruction for me? He told, you should finish your rounds chanting in morning hours, 16 round. Unless you finish your 16 round, then you should not drink water or eat anything. Then he was smiling. And still now I am trying just to follow that instruction. Then he told me, you must read every day Prabhupada books and must also take enthusiasm in distributing Prabhupada books. That is his instruction to me. And many times people ask him, why not ask him to say he is educated, why to take some managerial responsibilities to some management? Then he will tell, he is a Baba, he will not do. I know my disciple, he will not do this. So anyhow, when he go to any parikrama, when I am in his room, he will not talk about anything management. He will always talk about something parikrama, something, some Bhagavatam, read some books like this. I was well, and wherever Maharaj goes anywhere parikrama, he will ask me to come with him, accompany him. And he will introduce his disciples. Oh, he is a Prabhupada Maharaj, he did 1,000 Govardhan parikramas. But anyhow, Maharaj asked me to give salagrams. When he becomes sick, then he want to worship salagrams. He told me, can you bring some salagrams? And I was planning to go to Gonduki, because I was with Ohindra Prabhu in Kirtan, and Ohindra Prabhu went many times to Gonduki and bring his sila. So I was planning. Then I went to ask him if he will give permission to go to Gonduki to bring some salagram. Maharaj told, yes, I said, go. Bring some salagrams for me. I want some salagrams. So I gave him many bring salagrams. Whenever he see good salagram, he will take. We have a salagram temple here. I have about nearly 400 silas. Maharaj will take all the nice silas. Then Maharaj told, okay, I need to worship Giriraj. Can you bring me Giriraj sila? You must have footprint of Krishna on that sila. So I was searching, I brought some Sila, some other people, but Maharaj, I want Sila must be smooth and have a footprint on his stuff. So I went, I was paying obeisance to Giriraj and asking to Giriraj, my spiritual master asked me this Sila, please. So I was searching, then I got this Sila. They gave this Maharaj, become please. And now you see, I was thinking, when Maharaj is left, now what will have happened to this Giriraj? Giriraj will not go out of the Braj. He don't like. So I was just praying Giriraj, wherever, please, you stay in Braj. And now we see that Sila came and in the feet of Shyamasundar, Radha Shyamasundar, that Guru Maharaj Giriraj Sila is there, same Sila. Anyhow, Guru, he has capability to judge a devotee, and accordingly he engage him, and he will be happy, disciple will be happy. And he always see the goods in others, he never see the bad side. That is my experience. He is always encourage me, and whenever I go, he will ask, are you chanting before eating and any drinking? Are you finishing around? He will smiling face. And yes. Okay. So in this way, I can see how Guru Maharaj is so pleased, and before he's leaving this planet, he told, I put your name in as to be initiating spiritual master in ISKCON. You must take that responsibility. Then Maharaj, I could not answer the last meeting. He came his room here in Vrindavan, just maybe 15 days before departing his body in Dehradun. He told me, I am going to Dehradun. Then he called just before leaving, just 1 hour before he leaving Vrindavan, he called me to his room, and I came. Then he told, okay, so you should follow my instructions. Yes. Have you? Then I put here, again he told, I put your name in, he is initiating spiritual master. You will take that responsibility. Okay, Maharaj, only with your mercy if you like. Okay. He told, you did not did anything for ISKCON. Yes, it's true. Okay. So you must take this responsibility at least. So now, this is only because of the mercy of my spiritual master. Otherwise, I have no other qualification to see that I may be sannyasi or in ISKCON, and some responsibility gave me. So I ask the mercy of all Vaishnavas, they may just bless me to please my Guru Maharaj. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Maharaj. So just summarizing in Hindi, महाराज श्री ने बताया कैसे गुरु महाराज पहले इस्कॉन के संपर्क में आए मॉन्ट्रियल कनाडा में, और उनको सेवा दी गई कि वो प्रभुपाद जी के कमरे की सफाई करें। तो उन्होंने बहुत सुंदर तरीके से महाराज जी ने बहुत सुंदर तरीके से सफाई की। तो प्रभुपाद जी ने उस चीज़ को देखा और फिर पूछा कि किसने साफ़ किया है, और किसी ने कहा कि कोई एक भारतीय लड़का आया है नया नया, उसने साफ़ किया है। तो प्रभुपाद बहुत प्रसन्न हुए उस बात से। महाराज तो फिर उसके बाद महाराज जी बता रहे थे कि वो अपनी विनम्रता दिखा रहे थे कि कैसे उन्होंने कुछ सेवा नहीं की, परंतु फिर भी गुरु महाराज हमेशा अपनी कृपा दृष्टि उन पर बनाए रखें। तो गुरु महाराज का ये विशेष गुण था, वो अपने शिष्यों के स्वभाव को जानते थे, उनको कैसे भगवान की सेवा में लगाना है ये भी जानते थे, और वो हमेशा लोगों में अच्छा ही देखते थे, उनकी कमज़ोरियों को, उनकी बुराइयों को नज़रअंदाज कर देते थे। तो इस प्रकार वो महाराज को बहुत सारी सेवाओं में व्यस्त किए, जैसे कि उनसे कभी कभी उन्होंने शालिग्राम शिला लाने के लिए कहा, फिर गोवर्धन से गोवर्धन शिला लाने के लिए कहा। तो उनको एक विशेष गोवर्धन शिला चाहिए थी जो बहुत मुलायम हो और उसमें भगवान कृष्ण के चरणों का चिन्ह हो। तो महाराज जी बहुत सारी शिला लेकर गए, लेकिन गुरु महाराज को पसंद नहीं आया। तो एक बार वो गिरिराज के सामने गए और उनसे प्रार्थना की, तो उनको वो शिला मिल गई। और जब वो गुरु महाराज के पास लेकर गए तो महाराज बहुत प्रसन्न हुए उस शिला को प्राप्त करके। फिर अंत में प्रभुपादानंद सरस्वती महाराज ने बताया कि जब गुरु महाराज यहाँ से अप्रकट होने वाले थे, कुछ दिन पहले उन्होंने महाराज को बुलाया और उनसे कहा कि क्या मैं आपको एक जिम्मेदारी देना चाहता हूँ, क्या आप लेना पसंद करेंगे? आपको मैं दीक्षा गुरु के की सूची में आपका नाम डाल रहा हूँ, तो आप ये सेवा इस्कॉन के लिए कीजिए। आपने और कुछ नहीं किया। तो प्रभुपादानंद सरस्वती महाराज ने कहा ठीक है, मैं ये सेवा करूँगा। तो इस प्रकार वो अपने भाव को व्यक्त कर रहे थे कि कैसे गुरु महाराज ने हमेशा उन पर कृपा की और हमेशा उनको सेवा में नियुक्त किया। उन्होंने एक बहुत विशेष आदेश उनको दिया था दीक्षा के समय। जब उन्होंने गुरु महाराज से पूछा कि आप मुझे क्या आदेश देते हैं, तो गुरु महाराज ने कहा कि आप बिना कुछ खाए या बिना कुछ पिए, मतलब खाने या पीने से पहले अपने 16 माला हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र का जप प्रतिदिन सुबह ही कर लीजिएगा। और दूसरा आदेश ये दिया कि आप प्रभुपाद जी के ग्रंथों को पढ़िएगा और इनका प्रचार भी कीजिएगा, इनको बांटिएगा। तो इस प्रकार महाराज जी ने इन आदेशों का पालन करने का प्रयास किया है, अभी भी कर रहे हैं। हम धन्यवाद देते हैं महाराज जी का। आगे और भी भक्तों को बुलाते हैं। आप कृपया करके अपने शब्दों को संक्षेप में प्रस्तुत कीजिएगा क्योंकि समय का अभाव है। सो नेक्स्ट वी इनवाइट हिज ग्रेस हनुमान प्रभु जी टू काइंडली कम फॉरवर्ड एंड स्पीक। सभी भक्त जिनसे अपेक्षा की जा रही है कि वो आए यहाँ पर कुछ कहें, हम उनके नाम बता देते हैं। हिज ग्रेस गुड़ाकेश प्रभु, हिज ग्रेस विष्णु नाम प्रभु, हिज ग्रेस परम प्रभु, हिज ग्रेस नवदीप प्रभु, हिज ग्रेस श्री राम पंडित प्रभु, हिज ग्रेस राधाकांत प्रभु, हिज ग्रेस राधा सखा प्रभु, हिज ग्रेस धृतराष्ट्र प्रभु, हिज ग्रेस कृष्ण कुमार प्रभु, हर ग्रेस गोविंद माता जी, हर ग्रेस द्रौपदी माता जी और हर ग्रेस उत्तम गति माता जी।
Hare Krishna. Guru Maharaj ji, wish you very happiness day 81st anniversary. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Gopal Krishna Goswami Niti Namne Prabhupadasya Sahityam Ya Prakasha Vitirya Cha Pacharam Kitvan Sadhu Bhagavad Padaya Nama. Guru Maharaj ji, you are an extraordinary personality from spiritual world. You have been doing unlimited services due to your unlimited good qualities, which are also in unlimited variants. So I want to share some of the examples. You see, as you might be aware, in Delhi, Guru Maharaj, you have built around more than temples, 25. Once a gentleman came to Guru Maharaj. He was a large company chairman. So Guru Maharaj met him in the VIP room, asked him very politely, with a sweet smile, "How are you?" He said, he was a little puffed. He said, "Maharaj, I am fine." So Guru Maharaj again asked him, "How are you?" And then he opened up. He said, "I have a huge company. I have a turnover about 15,000 crores. I have many offices all over the globe. I have many employees. Many have got houses. But I have one problem. I have a daughter. She is about 21 years of age, but her mental age is only 10 years old." Then Guru Maharaj preached to him and asked what he should do, chant the holy name, and she'll feel very nice. Then he said, "Maharaj, how can I do any service?" That time Maharaj asked me, he said, "This is Rakesh, he'll come and meet you." And I was afraid, I may stammer, I may be nervous. He said, Guru Maharaj asked him, "What time Monday morning can he come and meet you?" He said, 11:30. And Guru Maharaj asked me, "Go and meet him, ask him something big." I went to his office, he asked me, "Yes, I met your Maharaj, he's a perfect gentleman, what I can do for you?" I said, "We have a marathon coming, Gita, we distribute Bhagavad Gitas. Can you please sponsor Gitas 65,000? He said, "Yes." Immediately he gave a check. So Guru Maharaj, always you preach within small time to big people. Another instance is that there was a big a temple in Dwarka in Delhi. They had a problem. Devotees are so enthusiastic. They have something called floor area ratio. The devotees had done over construction, and from a government agency called DDA, Delhi Development Authority, they got a notice. They must pay 145 million rupees as penalty, as interest, and they will get the building demolished. So the president came to Maharaj, Guru Maharaj, he said, "Maharaj, I am trying to raise funds, but I have a big difficulty. I have a notice to furnish to government 145 million rupees, and they will come and demolish the building. So Guru Maharaj, always calm like an ocean, said nothing. Then he called me, Hanuman, there is a gentleman called Durga Shankar. He is Secretary of Ministry of Urban and Housing Development. Can you call him? By Guru Maharaj's mercy, I just phoned him out of the blue. He came to meet Guru Maharaj. Guru Maharaj preached to him just 5 minutes and asked him, this is a problem, can you help? He said, Maharaj, this is a government notice already issued to ISKCON. I can do nothing. There is no way out. You have to pay 145 million rupees and we have to demolish the temple, which is extra construction. So Guru Maharaj asked him, whom do you report to? He said, I report to the cabinet minister, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri. Guru Maharaj asked him very politely, meet him next week, ask him to change the policy in the parliament. And he was zapped. But within 3 weeks, by Guru Maharaj's words, I actually feel when Guru Maharaj you speak, Krishna is talking through your mouth. And he came after 3 weeks. He said, Hanuman, I've got a good news. Can I meet you, Maharaj? I said, yes, anytime. So he came to Guru Maharaj. He said, this is the new notification, Maharaj. The government has changed policy. Your ISKCON temple, Dwarka, has to pay no fine, has to pay no penalty. We want demolish. Just a small example. And I'm going to ask you, how many of you devotees have seen the temple in Delhi at east of Kailash, Radha Parsadi temple? Can you please have your hands? Everybody. But you might be aware, this temple land is a big history of struggle for Guru Maharaj. Guru Maharaj, we know that at one time, the file was almost through to give this beautiful land to make a ISKCON temple in the prestigious South Delhi area. But there was a Muslim minister, Mosina Kidwai. She was holding the file. The devotees came to Guru Maharaj's room and said, Maharaj, this is impossible. This lady will not sign. This land will not be given to us. But Guru Maharaj, undeterred, always determined, he asked to get a Quran, gold-plated, big size from Middle East. Guru Maharaj, you personally went to meet her, gave her this beautiful gold-plated Quran, and within 7 days, she cleared the file. Her heart was melted. This was like that Sanatana Goswami, he gave a bribe to the person in jail to get out of the jail and meet Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So our Guru Maharaj, you gave a transcendental bribe, and today we have this temple, Mother Temple, the glory of India in Delhi, and now we have in Delhi NCR how many temples? 25. Once a journalist came to you, meet you, Maharajji, he asked you, ISKCON is growing in Delhi, how fast are you growing? And you replied, we are growing, but we are not growing as fast as the liquor industry. Another example, Guru Maharaj, this person I met last year, marathon, he had a good fortune of meeting you, and when he first time met you, he had done for a donation, he gave us 25,000 Gitas. So last year I went to meet him, and with me also came His Holiness Guru Prasad Swami Maharaj. We told him, we have a Gita marathon. Gita is a book of knowledge. It will help people to become happy, satisfied, successful and secure. Why don't you pitch in some money? We have a Mahakumbh Mela coming. And this man, he, by your grace Guru Maharaj, and by the mercy of Guru Prasad Swami Maharaj, he paid money for 165,000 Gitas because you met him only for 5 minutes. Guru Maharaj, we had been going to government companies asking them to buy the books of Prabhupada and even to their employees. So Guru Maharaj, it's the first time we gave a new name. What was the name? You Can Be Happy. This was a special kit. This was a special kit, You Can Be Happy, having 5 books. 2 of Prabhupada, 3 of non-Prabhupada. And the first order, Guru Maharaj, you got it from a company called Delhi Metro, which runs the metro across Delhi NCR. And what was the first order? The first order was for 120,000 Prabhupada books and other non-Prabhupada books. And by your mercy, we have been able to distribute over 2.5 million Prabhupada books by the kit only, You Can Be Happy. It's a secular pack, doesn't say ISKCON, says Glory of India, and we go and pitch, people buy it. Also, as you all might be aware of, in the Soviet Union, Guru Maharaj, whenever he met Russian devotees, yeah, okay, I'll be softer. Okay, fine. I'll take 1 minute more of Brahmaji. So, then what happened? Yeah. So in Russia, when Guru Maharaj went, he had installed the first printing press. Overnight, he got a wall broken, got the press inside. Okay. Overnight, Guru Maharaj got the wall broken, got the press inside, and then he got the wall again, got it made, and then Guru Maharaj, you took the ink of the printing press, put all the tilak, and did Dhamma Pranam. Devotees ask you, Maharaj, what are you doing? He said, no, this is Krishna himself. This will be used in printing Krishna conscious literature. So, across the world, Guru Maharaj, you have been working so hard. On this auspicious day, I beg you, at your lotus feet, please don't disown me. I'm an eternal servant, eternal son. I may have done a lot of mistakes, but I still request you, as your eternal son, please forgive me. I have a dream. The world population today is 825 crores. Please empower me, give your blessings and of the Vaishnavas that every person gets one Prabhupada book every year, so we can do 825 crores Prabhupada books at least per year. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhuji. Next, we invite Her Grace Vishakha Mataji to kindly come forward and speak. So we request all the devotees, kindly be short. We appreciate your love and appreciation for Guru Maharaj. आप सभी से निवेदन है, आप कृपया संक्षिप्त में बोलिए, मीठा बोलिए और दूसरों को जो प्रेरणादायक लगे वैसा बोलिए और संक्षिप्त में बोलिए.
Devotees from the post-Soviet Union time, and there would be so many glorification of Maharaj here, what he did, and all of you join him when you were already adults. But I was a child. I was a child in the Soviet Union, the KGB time, when everyone was chasing Hare Krishnas to put them in jail. Right after Prabhupada, the second person who came from abroad to bring Prabhupada's books was Gopal Krishna Maharaj. He came under the pretense of the book fair, and he brought Srila Prabhupada's books there. We did have all of the press Prabhuji was talking about. There was an underground press. But what he did a very incredible thing. In Sweden, he printed Srila Prabhupada's books on the rice paper. So the big Bhagavad Gitas that we have right now, he printed them this small, this thin. And the same about Krishna book. And because at that time devotees couldn't properly openly distribute books, like big books, so they could put them in the pockets and walk around, many books, and open their coat, show the books, and then people who were interested quickly, they could slip the books. We had lots of those books, and we had to distribute them. My parents would dress my brother and I up, and they would take us on the book distribution. Because we were kids, we could easily slip those books and distribute them. When the Soviet Union finally broke, Gopal Krishna Maharaj made sure that there were a Gurukula for the Hare Krishna kids there. It was very difficult at that time because in the communistic time they wanted a very strong education for the kids. It was just something that devotees had to figure out how to deal with the government. But he made sure that all of us had a spiritual education. And if many of you are knowing Gopal Krishna Maharaj from certain perspective as adults, I know him from the perspective of a child. I remember watching him, how he would take care of us, how he would fuss over us. He was a family man. This is something that I know about him. He was a family man. I saw him how he was. There was no compromise on the Srila Prabhupada's preachings. There was no compromise. He would never allow his disciples to deviate even an inch, to say, okay, well, we will compromise this, but we will try to attract the crowds. He never been interested in that. That's the perspective that I saw of him. He wanted us to be a very perfect soldiers in the Prabhupada's army. And I saw how very caring he was with all of those post-USSR children. One of them is my late friend, Krishna Das. He was 6 years old when Gopal Krishna Maharaj sent him from Moscow to Bhaktivedanta Gurukula here, and he made all the arrangements for him. And it was back in 96, 97, and it was the very rare thing, because at that time none of us could just easily get up and leave and go to India. But he was very insistent that this child will get a very special education here. And later on, when the boy came back to Moscow, Gopal Krishna Maharaj would literally chase him and say, sit down, I'll give you initiation. And because Krishna Das was my best friend, my childhood best friend, and he was like, no, I don't want to do it. Even though he was Gopal Krishna Maharaj's servant, Maharaj would just insist on it. He wanted all of his kids to be initiated, chanting 16 rounds. He didn't want us to be just Hare Krishna second generation Nepo kids, right? That's what's called Nepo kids. Well, our parents are very special. They did a lot of services. So I can just be on that bandwagon and I can do whatever you want. So this is what I learned from him. This is how he raised us. And one more shout out I want to give to his disciple, Sadhu Priya Prabhu. He's Indian body. He was a businessman. He came back in 80s, 90s, and Gopal Krishna Maharaj literally captured him. And he trained him and he raised him. And despite all the difficulties that the Moscow temple went through during the Soviet times, during the post-Soviet times, losing temple after temple after temple right now, Gopal Krishna Maharaj never gave up to give Doyal Nitai Sachi Sutta in Moscow to all of the devotees there, to all of the children like me, a home. And his disciple, I think Akinchana Krishna Prabhu and Sadhu Priya Prabhu, they fight so hard to establish the proper temple. Just like for you, it's very easy. You have 25 temples. We cannot even have one proper temple in Moscow. All of this is the Shakti of Gopal Krishna Maharaj, never giving up to have Prabhupada's proper temples, this book distribution, Gurukulas in the post-USSR places. So the Shakti that he had there, he put in all of his disciples. Mother Govinda here, she's one of those people. So the fruit, that fig tree, that sweet fig tree is giving so many fruits, and so many of you, just like Mother Govinda and Sadhu Priya Prabhu, were giving us shelter. Mother Govinda, you all gave us a shelter because he taught you how to take care of us, the children of Srila Prabhupada's Soviet Union Gurukula. Thank you all. All glories to Gopal Krishna Maharaj and all of his disciples who worked so hard for him.
Hare Krishna, thank you Mataji for the heartfelt offering. Next we invite Her Grace Govinda Mataji to kindly come forward and speak. Yes, there's a request, please be short Mataji.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhuteshana Gopal Krishna Goswami Pada Sahitya Prakasa Vicharecha Pracharam Kitam Sadhuku Bhagavad Padaya Tanama. Actually, when Lord Chaitanya would speak about his devotees, he wanted millions of mouths to be able to glorify all of them. So I wish to speak with millions of mouths and millions of minutes, but we ask to speak very shortly about Guru Maharaj. I'm just very grateful for all the Srila Prabhupada disciples, very affectionate and wholehearted offering to my Guru Maharaj for appreciating his service, his determination, his personal qualities. Because I was witnesses, I've been close to Guru Maharaj in the kitchen for last almost 40 years of that I knew him, and I was witnessing how hard he was working to serve Srila Prabhupada. That was not easy task that he was performing. Many times, like we would cook for him breakfast, and he said, "Oh, I don't have time, I'll take it lunchtime." And then he said, "I'm very busy." And then very often it would be just 7 o'clock when he takes few bites from here, from here, because he would be so tired, it would be not like so much in the mood of taking even prasadam. But so that for me is the most outstanding quality of Guru Maharaj. For me, he's, of course, as my spiritual master, not ordinary person of this material world, but in fact, he proved by his establishment, by his behavior, but particularly the way he dealt with devotees. I never seen anybody like this. Of course, he's my spiritual master, and I'm seeing him as the best, but he was so personal with everybody. He made me always feel so special, so important, and I thought it's just me. And then I noticed he made feel like this every of his disciples and not disciple. All the Russian devotees, he used to come for darshan with Guru Maharaj, because he would give always time, always personal question, how are you, what you doing, how are you. Any problem, he would not just superficially ask for it, but he would actually help. And sometimes I've been witnessing how he would go out of his way to help some disciple. He had many doctors in Delhi, so very often when devotees broke some part of the bodies or had some physical problem, always Guru Maharaj would ask his disciples, doctor, to help these particular devotees. And different small things like this. And very unique quality was that he would remember about many disciples, many details. Like he would know the name of disciple, where he came from, and what he was doing before, and what he's doing now. And that was sometimes very astonishing to see how he had that catch to remember every disciple. And then, because I was kind of around there, I talked to many of the disciples, and everyone shared that special affection from Guru Maharaj that he was somehow able to give to every of his disciples. I just feel like maybe I'm taking too much time, but I just very much feel lucky that I have my spiritual master as my spiritual master. I just feel that by his mercy, somehow or another, I'm able to be engaged in the service of Srila Prabhupada's mission. And on this day, I just beg for the mercy to be able to always be an instrument in this lotus hand, and like this be able to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission, to devotees of Guru Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada, and please, all of you, please bless me and engage me in the service of Krishna and any personal needs if there are. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mataji. Next we invite His Grace Vishnu Prabhu. Can you speak?
Hare Krishna. So I would like to speak about some managerial qualities of Guru Maharaj. As people keep speaking, he's a good manager. But all I saw traveling with him is that every advice he was giving was helping the devotee to become a better devotee. So that was his management style, to help everyone to become more and more Krishna conscious. This is what Bhagavatam speaks. So to me, Guru Maharaj is a living Bhagavat. I was never reading books before, very sincerely, but after we started traveling with Guru Maharaj, I could see how much he was dedicated to Srila Prabhupada books, not only distributing but also reading. So that inspired us a lot to read. But all I realized is just by serving him, it was so much nourishing. The whole mindset was getting changed, like the software got changed, whole software got changed by serving him. So it's really a wonderful facility to serve such a pure devotee. And to me, Srila Prabhupada as it is. So now when I read Bhagavatam, when I hear Prabhupada classes, all I hear is Guru Maharaj, because all I heard Guru Maharaj before, but I didn't heard much of Prabhupada books. So he is Srila Prabhupada as it is. He didn't give any example of his own. He didn't do any action which was not given by Srila Prabhupada. So it is a wonderful example, and we pray on this auspicious day that we can be Guru Maharaj as it is, so that we follow in the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada and Guru Maharaj together by just following their instructions. And once we were in first year of my travel with him in 2016, and it was 55 days travel, and I was feeling that I'm not doing anything. Like even Prabhupada Maharaj shared it, that what have we done? And so what to talk about me now? If a sannyasi is speaking like this, when you say Guru Maharaj, you're nothing. So I was feeling like that, and it was 11:30 in the night, and we came from the program, because Maharaj used to give late night programs, and in America we had to travel after the program 1.5 hours to reach the place where we are living. So I used to come early to put the deities to rest, and then I would do my services, and I was thinking, I'm not doing anything for Guru Maharaj. And he comes after the program, and somehow he came where I was there. He said, Vishnu Nam, what are you doing? And I said, Maharaj, I'm ironing the clothes. Oh, you are ironing my clothes? This is the best ironing I ever got in the whole trip all these years. So you could hear me that this devotee is getting discouraged, and he immediately appeared there and he encouraged me. And then this was spread to all the devotees, and then they ensured that every trip after that, I was the only one who was ironing Guru Maharaj's clothes. So this is how you get the mercy of Guru Maharaj, if you just have a desire. So it was not a good way of thinking, but still Guru Maharaj is unconditionally merciful. So he allowed us that opportunity to serve him, and then even after somebody would iron it, they would again give it to me, no, you also iron it. Because Guru Maharaj instructed it that you are doing good. So this is how he gave his mercy. And similarly, lastly, when he came to Vrindavan, also I could not meet him, and I was feeling bad that I couldn't spend time with Maharaj. So he came after his morning walk. I was near Govinda's restaurant, and he saw me. Vishnu Nam, what are you doing? I said, Maharaj, I'm just chanting around. Why don't you come to my room? I want to meet you. So, he reads our mind. He is like an X-ray or an MRI now, the advanced version. He reads through us just by seeing us. We don't have to speak anything much. But so this was really loving and caring reciprocation by him. Whenever we need him, he's always there. Even now, I heard from many Srila Prabhupada's disciples that if you feel that your Guru is with you, he is with you. Not that because he has disappeared physically, he is no more with us. But if we feel his presence in our life every day, if we sincerely chant Guru Puja, if we sincerely mean Vande Guru Shri Charana Ravindam, then we can feel presence. And I pray on this auspicious day to Guru Maharaj that I can do that and think of him all the time and follow his instruction for the rest of my life. Thank you very much. शिला भगवत्पाद की जय, शिला प्रभुपाद की जय।
हरे कृष्णा। थैंक यू प्रभु जी। हम हिंदी में अनुवाद इसलिए नहीं कर रहे हैं, समय का अभाव है। नेक्स्ट वी इनवाइट हिज ग्रेस राधाकांत प्रभु, काइंडली कम फॉरवर्ड।
Hare Krishna. So I met Guru Maharaj for the first time in 2003. I was a student in IIT Kanpur that time. He came to the house of Leela Purushottam Prabhu. And the first darshan I had, I somehow felt that he's a true representative of Srila Prabhupada. And he looked so similar to me, like, because we always saw that time, I never saw his picture before. So when I saw him, I thought he looks so similar to Prabhupada. And I got the inspiration that he's a true follower of Prabhupada. And then, of course, then Maharaj mercifully initiated me. And I got his more closer association when I started serving in Gurukul. He gave me the service to serve in Vrindavan Gurukul. Before that, I was also in Brahmacharya Ashram for a year in Vrindavan. And that time I got more close to Maharaj. So there were many difficulties in Gurukul sometimes. And once there was a GBC meeting in Ujjain. And even Panchagoda Prabhu came there, Maharaj invited him. Lot of difficulties. Then I told Maharaj that, Maharaj, I just want to give up this service. Then Maharaj told me, you have to be thick-skinned to be in ISKCON. So, मैं तो हिंदी में बोलूँगा, महाराज ने बोले कि आपको ISKCON में सेवा करने के लिए मोटी चमड़ी का बनना पड़ेगा, कभी कभी सहन करना पड़ेगा. और महाराज उसके एग्जाम्पल थे. हम सुनते हैं कितने महाराज के जीवन में मुश्किल आए, लेकिन वो कभी अपना सेवा नहीं छोड़े. तो ये बहुत प्रेरणा देता है कि हम अपने सेवा में लगे रहें, चाहे जितने भी मुश्किल आए. फिर बाद में अच्छा समय भी आया, जब नए कृष्ण बलराम मंदिर का उद्घाटन हुआ गुरुकुल कैंपस में. महाराज वाज सो हैप्पी दैट टाइम, वेरी ब्लिसफुल. सो आई रियलाइज दैट फाइनली आफ्टर सो मेनी इयर्स ऑफ सर्विस आई कुड प्लीज माई स्पिरिचुअल मास्टर. आई कुड सी अ बिग स्माइल इन हिज फेस. तो कृष्ण, पहले हम छोटा मंदिर बनाना चाहते थे, तो महाराज ने बोला नहीं, वी शुड हैव अ बिग टेम्पल एंड वी शुड हैव सेम कृष्ण बलराम. जैसे कृष्ण बलराम वृंदावन में वैसे ही होना चाहिए. तो वैसे ही मंदिर बना. महाराज अपने शिष्यों को इनकरेज किए वहाँ पे सेवा करने के लिए. तो बहुत अच्छे अच्छे महाराज के मेमोरीज हैं, उनकी कृपा है. एक छोटा चीज़ मैं बताऊंगा, समय का अभाव है. एक बार महाराज, आप सब सुने, महाराज सबसे ज़्यादा लेक्चर में किसके बारे में बोलते हैं? कौन सा आचार्य के बारे में? माधवेंद्र पुरी. और महाराज कभी खीरचोर गोपीनाथ नहीं गए थे. फर्स्ट टाइम महाराज गए 2018 में, जब जगन्नाथपुरी यात्रा हुआ था, उसमें महाराज खीरचोर गोपीनाथ गए. क्योंकि मैं उड़ीसा को, महाराज ने बोला ये लोकल पर्सन कम विथ मी. तो 2 कार में हम लोग गए थे भुवनेश्वर से ड्राइव करके खीरचोर गोपीनाथ. और वहाँ पे मैंने आंखों के सामने लीला देखा कि पहले तो हम लोग वहाँ इस्कॉन मंदिर में गए. महाराज इस्कॉन के अलावा कहीं नहीं जाते थे, कंस्ट्रक्शन चल रहा था. वहीं महाराज ने प्रसाद लिया. फिर करीब 4:30-5 बजे हम लोग खीरचोर गोपीनाथ मंदिर गए दर्शन करने. दर्शनार्थ में 4-5 ही भक्त थे. और वहाँ महाराज दर्शन किए. और पुजारी महाराज को बोलते हैं, महाराज ये खीर का एक प्याला पता नहीं यहाँ कैसे रह गया, आप इसको लीजिए. तो जो माधवेंद्रपुरी के साथ हुआ था, वैसा ही एक लीला महाराज साक्षात हुआ. वहाँ का पुजारी ने उनको एक खीर का प्याला दिया. तो उसके बाद महाराज माधवेंद्रपुरी की समाधि में गए, दर्शन किए. तो ये बहुत ही एक कृपा का, मैंने ये महाराज की कृपा से मैंने लीला को देखा. तो ऐसे बहुत अद्भुत लीलाएं महाराज के जीवन में. और मेरा और एक भी मैं सौभाग्य में मानूंगा कि महाराज के जो लास्ट पास टाइम्स थे देहरादून में, तो मैं वहाँ पे गया था. महाराज पहले यहाँ वृंदावन आए, जैसे प्रबोधन महाराज बोल रहे थे, लास्ट टाइम अप्रैल में आए. फिर यहाँ से वो रास्ते में फिर गुरुकुल आए. अपने आप मुझे कॉल किए, दशातर्पण महाराज के हेल्थ ठीक नहीं, उनको गुरुकुल मत बुलाओ. महाराज खुद कॉल किए कि मैं गुरुकुल आना चाहता हूँ. ऑन हिज ओन ही कॉल्ड मी एंड ही केम टू गुरुकुल दैट डे, 25th April 2024. And he spent time in Gurukul, did question answer session with the boys, gave lecture, took prasad, and then went to Delhi, and then from there to Dehradun. मैं भी देहरादून गया. और जब महाराज को चोट लगा, बाथरूम में गिर गए, उसके बाद महाराज ने किसको बताया नहीं, वो डीटी वर्शिप करते रहे. उसके बाद जब दर्द बढ़ गया तब जाके बताया मैं गिर गया और बेड में लेट गए. उसके बाद जब हमें पता चला, हम रूम के अंदर गए तो महाराज एक चेयर में बैठे थे, वो सिटिंग ऑन ए चेयर, एंड एक डिवोटी उनको आइस लगा रहे थे. तो मैं लगा हाँ थोड़ा चोट लगा है. तो मैं और लीला पुष्पमुख महाराज के रूम के अंदर गए. तो द फर्स्ट वर्ड्स दैट महाराज स्पोक वाज, इट इज़ माई कर्मा. महाराज ने कहा ये मेरे कर्म है. दैट मीन्स उनको जो भी मुश्किल आ रही थी, उन्होंने क्या बोला, ये मेरे कर में है, जैसा कि हम सुनते भागवत में तत्तेनुकंपा सुसमीक्षमानु। और उसके बाद लीला पुरुषोत्तम महाराज आपने बहुत सेवा किया है इस्कॉन के लिए, प्रभुपाद जी के लिए। देन विद टीयर्स इन हिज आईज महाराज सेड with lot of difficulty, he said, I have simply tried to please Srila Prabhupada. So those were the final words I heard from Maharaj's mouth. I have simply tried to please Srila Prabhupada. And then एक डिवोटी ने बोला कि महाराज आपने भूमि पूजन किया देहरादून में, आप मंदिर उद्घाटन के लिए आइए, you have done भूमि पूजन, you please come for temple inauguration. And then Maharaj said, man proposes, God disposes. So these were the last few words I heard from the mouths of Maharaj. Man proposes, God disposes. And then he walked from his room to his car, and Maharaj didn't want ambulance to come because bureau meeting was going on. So Maharaj thought devotees disturb ho jayenge, ambulance aayega to. So Maharaj walked about 20 meters with lot of pain, can you imagine? He still walked to his car, and then from there he went to hospital. So these are the final moments of association I got. So today on this auspicious day, I pray to Maharaj that I have no qualification, but he has been very merciful to me. So may I continue to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission through his mercy and the guidance of devotees. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. And once I asked Maharaj, what's my instruction? Your instruction for me? Then Maharaj said, serve Gurukul throughout your entire life. So please bless me. I can serve in this Gurukul project for my entire life. Hare Krishna. Shri Gopal Krishna Maharaj ki jai, Shri Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Next we invite His Grace Krishna Kumar Prabhu. और जो भक्त आ रहे हैं अभी, उनसे निवेदन, अगर आप हिंदी भी बोलना जानते हैं तो आप अपने प्रस्तुतिकरण को हिंदी और अंग्रेजी दोनों में बोलिए, ताकि हिंदी भाषी भक्तों को भी थोड़ा समझ में आ जाए।
Hare Krishna. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj का हम 81वां व्यास पूजा दिवस आज मना रहे हैं। महाराज जी से मेरा कोई पर्सनल इंटरेक्शन तो ज़्यादा नहीं हुआ, लेकिन महाराज जी के मैंने फर्स्ट टाइम दर्शन किए सन 2000 में ईस्ट ऑफ कैलाश मंदिर में, और उसके बाद हम महाराज जी को देखते रहे, और मेरा जो भी कुछ थोड़ा बहुत प्योरिफिकेशन हुआ वो मेरा सौभाग्य है कि परम पूज्य गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी महाराज जी के जितने डिसाइपल्स हैं उनके मैं इर्द गिर्द रहा, तब से लेकर और आज तक भी मेरा एसोसिएशन हिज होलीनेस गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी महाराज जी के डिसाइपल्स के साथ रहा, और मैं उन्हीं से ही बहुत कुछ सीखा। मैं परम पूज्य गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी महाराज जी से ज़्यादा मेरा इंटरेक्शन नहीं हो पाया, लेकिन मैंने देखा कि महाराज जी इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट ग्लोरियस डिसाइपल ऑफ हिज डिवाइन ग्रेस श्रील प्रभुपाद, एंड ही इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट ग्लोरियस स्पिरिचुअल मास्टर ऑल्सो। जब पंचशील टेम्पल का सेंटर का इनॉग्रेशन हो रहा था न्यू दिल्ली में, तो हमने वो समय देखा जब गुरु महाराज वहाँ पहुँचे तो वहाँ पर सड़कों पे जगह नहीं थी बैठने की, रोड्स पे भर गया था पूरा। और जब महाराज जी का हम जाते थे व्यास पूजा में श्री फोर्ट ऑडिटोरियम में, श्री फोर्ट ऑडिटोरियम पूरा फुल पैक, और कुछ समय में ये डिसीजन लिया गया कि यहाँ अब व्यास पूजा करना संभव नहीं है। उसी समय हमने परम पूज्य प्रबोधानंद सरस्वती स्वामी महाराज जी को भी देखा श्री फोर्ट ऑडिटोरियम में, जब महाराज जी ने संन्यास दीक्षा लिया था। तो महाराज जी परम पूज्य गोपाल कृष्ण स्वामी महाराज बोले कि आप कोई इनिशिएशन दिया है, आप कुछ बोलिए। तो वो वृंदावन में हुआ वहाँ, लेकिन वो पहले इनिशिएशन से पहले आप होंगे श्री फोर्ट ऑडिटोरियम में,
2008
लेकिन श्री फोर्ट ऑडिटोरियम में आप थे वहाँ, तो वहाँ आप बोले। तो इस प्रकार से हमने देखा कि महाराज जी का प्रेजेंस में कितना ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड यहाँ पर डिसाइपल्स इकट्ठे हुए, और जब महाराज जी का डिस्पार्चर हुआ तो वो समय भी हमको नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि वृंदावन के सारे रोड्स भी ब्लॉक हो गए थे। इतना महाराज जी का, उनका कुछ प्योरिटी, महाराज जी का जो उनका सिंपलिसिटी, वो हमको प्रेरणा देती है कि हम ऐसे शुद्ध भक्त के हम संपर्क में आए, और आज के इस तिथि पर मैं उनको हृदय से कोटि कोटि दंडवत प्रणाम करता हूँ। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhuji. Next, we invite His Grace Param Prabhu and Her Grace Gauramani Mataji. एक चेयर वहाँ पे बाजू में रखना, उसी के बाजू में, उसे।
Don't go back in. Prabhuji is there. He's there also. Very senior disciples. It's huge.
हरे कृष्ण नमो विष्णु पदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी नाम्ने प्रभु पादस्य साहित्यम या प्रकाश च वितीरे च परचारम कीर्तमान साधु भगत पतायते नमः। नमो विष्णु पदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी नाम्ने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतान्य। सभी लोग जोर से बोले हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हम लोगों के पास समय बहुत कम है, तो मैं माता जी को बोलूँगा, शी इज ऑल्सो हैव सो मेनी थिंग्स टू से।
His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. So today, on this very auspicious day of the divine appearance of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj's 81st birthday, first of all, I'd like to offer my humble obeisances to all of the senior Vaishnavas who have assembled here. And then I'd like to invite all of you to remember the incredible glories that no other person in my life that I can remember gave to humanity, and that was Srila Gopal Krishna Maharaj. I remember as a little girl being the second generation of ISKCON, being raised in the ISKCON society, born in the ISKCON temple. I remember that Gopal Krishna Maharaj would come from India to visit us in America. Back then, in those days, we didn't know so much about the amazing power, the amazing amount of Krishna consciousness, the amazing things that He showed us. I was 8 years old, and He came to our temple in Washington, D.C. And we would line up as Gurukul children and wait to meet Him, and He would just look at us with a message that I felt. He would say to every child, what does He ask? What is the one question? How many rounds are you chanting? How many rounds are you chanting? That was His question. Every single year, year after year. And when He looked at us, He gave us one message, and that is the message of a loving Father, the message of the Savior of the world, our eternal spiritual master, what Srila Prabhupada gave us. The message that I will now sing and I request you to repeat. Gurudev, everyone. Kripa bindu diya. Koro eidase. Trinapekha atihina. So just like Govinda Mataji said, we wish to have hundreds and thousands of mouths, but time is limited. My humble obeisances to His Holiness Kavi Chandra Swami Maharaj and to Shruti Kirti Prabhu, Prabodhananda Maharaj, all of these senior Vaishnavas who are here. All glories to Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Prabhuji and Mataji. Next, we invite His Grace Golakesh Prabhu to kindly come up and speak some words in glorification of Guru Maharaj.
आप सब लोगों को धन्यवाद। आप हमारे गुरु महाराज के इस 81वें आविर्भाव तिथि में आपकी उपस्थिति है। मैं मेरे गुरुजन के समान हमारे गुरु महाराज के गुरु भाई को प्रणाम करता हूँ और हमारे वरिष्ठ जो भक्त गुरु भाई है उनको भी सादर प्रणाम। मेरे महाराज के विषय में मैं ये कहूँगा कि जो अधम जनों के ऊपर कृपा, अधम जनार बंधु, वस्तुतः ये उनके जीवन में मैंने चरितार्थ तब पाया जो एक दिन की बात है कि भाईंदर टेम्पल 1985 में ओपनिंग हुआ और उस समय श्री महाराज लगभग तीसरी बार वहाँ आए थे। तो जब मैं सीढ़ी उतर रहा था, महाराज पहले पहले जो क्योंकि महाराज आ रहे थे, हाँ, तो मैं एक साइड कॉर्नर में खड़ा हो गया। हाँ, तो वो कृष्ण 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 बोलने लगे। तो 2-3 व्यक्ति थे, कोई ज़्यादा व्यक्ति थे नहीं उस टाइम, कोई ज़्यादा शिष्य भी महाराज जी के थे नहीं। तो मैं सुना महाराज एकदम कृष्ण कृष्ण करने लगे। तो वो एक कोकड़ूच को देख रहे थे जो लंगड़ाता हुआ वो सीढ़ी में चल रहा था ना। बोले गुड़केश तुम इनको लेकर के थोड़ा साइड कर दो। ये भी एक जीवात्मा है ना। सो मैंने देखा कि उनकी क्या अद्भुत करुणा है। वस्तुतः तब मैंने विचार किया कि मेरे जैसे बिल्कुल थम्सअप व्यक्ति को भी उन्होंने स्वीकार किया। ठीक है, पढ़े लिखे लोगों को तो दीक्षा देती ही है ना, लेकिन मेरी कोई योग्यता नहीं थी, कोई पढ़ाई नहीं थी ना। जैसे श्री प्रबोधानंद महाराज कह रहे थे ना, लेकिन उनके बिल्कुल अयोग्य मैं था, उनसे भी कहीं ज़्यादा अयोग्य ना, लेकिन इस पर भी मेरे पर उन्होंने कृपा करके मुझे दीक्षित किया ना, ये उनकी अद्भुत करुणा रही। और उनकी अनेक सिद्धियों में सबसे परम सिद्धि में उनको समझता हूं कि श्री प्रभुपाद महाराज की उन्होंने वास्तव में अत्यंत कृपा प्राप्त किया है, और वही उनकी सिद्धि का कारण है। और उनकी जो सिद्धि है वो सब लोगों ने देखा कि किस प्रकार ना, क्यों किसी की दीनता के बगैर उन्होंने इस देह का त्याग किया। हम लोग पाठ करते हैं चैतन्य भागवत में, जब जगन्नाथ मिश्र चल दिए उस समय, तो उस समय उन्हें एक पुत्र वाली माँ अर्थात सची माता ये बहुत ही ना घबरा रही थी। महाप्रभु ने कुछ एक श्लोक उनको सुनाया, मीना दंडे ने जीवन अनायास न मरणम, कहते गोविंद भक्ति बिना कथम संभवित, ये कैसे संभव होता है। इससे माँ शोक उन लोग के लिए नहीं करना चाहिए ना, कि जो सिद्ध व्यक्ति है वास्तव। तो हमारे महाराज ने इस प्रकार अपने गुरु की कृपा से ना, और जो एक मनुष्य जीवन में जो सिद्धि है उन सिद्धि को प्राप्त किया, और हजारों शिष्य उन अपने गुरु की सेवा के लिए हम लोग को वो छोड़ के गए ना, तो कोटि कोटि से धन्यवाद ना। और खास करके मेरे लिए मैं यही प्रार्थना करूंगा आज उनकी इस 81वें जन्मदिन पर, कि मैं भी कुछ कहीं थोड़ी सी सेवा अगर उनकी कर सकूं ना, तो आज के दिन उनके पास से आशीर्वाद चाहता हूँ। हरे कृष्ण। गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी आविर्भाव तिथि महोत्सव की श्रील प्रभुपाद की जनिताय गौर हरि प्रेमा।
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Next we invite His Grace Sri Hari Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Dharma pranam to all the esteemed sannyasis and Vaishnavas. I met His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj in 1993 in San Francisco in a parking lot when Maharaj just arrived from aeroplane, and fortunately, just by one glance of Maharaj, I felt, here is my Guru Maharaj. I immediately paid full dandavad in the parking lot, and since then Maharaj allowed me to chant his pranam mantra, and in 1996 he gave me initiation by his own hands, because there were not very many devotees in Boise, Idaho, where we grew up in Krishna consciousness. And then after initiation I asked Maharaj, and at the same time, because I went to America in 1993 to do my PhD with NASA under their funding, or to work on their satellite mission. So in 1996 I got both. My PhD got done, and I was looking for a job, and I got my initiation. So what else I needed? But I needed a job. And Maharaj said, I said, Maharaj, any instructions? Yes. You live here and serve in this temple as long as you can. And I said, Maharaj, I don't have a job. I'm looking for a job to be able to live here. I said, no, things will happen. So I applied 200 places all over America. Nobody even gave me a call in a damn, but to speak of a job. But then one day I was buying papaya in Walmart in Boise, Idaho, and a guy came to me. He said, hey, are you from Asia? I said, yes. How do you eat this papaya? I said, yeah. It's very bitter. I said, yeah, it's bitter, but its skin is bitter. Inside is very sweet. Take the big thick skin off, then it will sweet. He was trying to initiate conversation because he was sent by Guru Maharaj. He said, so what do you do? I said, I just finished my PhD in hydrology and remote sensing. He said, yep. I'm manager in hydrology, state of Idaho, and I have a job for you. I went, what? He said, okay, come from tomorrow. Here's my card. Next day I went there. He said, you have this job, but you have to come through state of Idaho, the whole process, but I hire you right now. You start coming from today, right there. You are there on the go to a chair. Unbelievable. And then Maharaj asked me to serve. I continually served there for 18 years. My wife Shama Sakhi, she was kitchen manager, and I was dishwasher of Radha Baki Bihari over there. And Maharaj asked, Shri Hari, I want you and Anantarupa Prabhu to start a temple. It was in his living room. I said, Maharaj, yeah, that's what I think so. I got a job now. He said, yeah, why don't you buy this house next to the center? I said, Maharaj, this is my dream house. Oh, try it. I sent my agent, Vinnie Morton, to talk to Ardeen Hunter. He said, no, I'm going to sell it because I lived here for 14 years and I have so many memories of my husband. I said, okay. Then I came to India, met in Delhi to Maharaj, and Maharaj said, what happened to that house? I said, Maharaj, he said, no. Maharaj said, no, try. I said, Maharaj, what can I do now? Then I went to Ludhiana to meet my brother-in-law. I got a call from Anantarupa Prabhu. The house is on sale. Unbelievable. In 24 hours, she changed her mind. And I said, Anantarupa Prabhu, pay $5,000 from my side to her as an earnest money, and I'm not going to look the house from inside. We needed that, Maharaj wanted that, that's all. And I got that house in 1998, and the new temple was built in 1999, in 1 year. Because we pledged our parking lot and everything, still the house is there, the parking is still being used by the devotees. So the point is, Maharaj's power of instruction. And one time, Maharaj, we were preparing to do his puja, Aarti, Guru Aarti, and we got the thali. And Maharaj, no, you can't use this thali for me. You have been, is that true? In the morning you use for Srila Prabhupada's puja? I said, yes, Maharaj. No, take it away. This is Prabhupada's thali, cannot be used for me. This is how fine thinking of Maharaj was. Such a powerful, always so humble, so considerate of everyone. So I would stop here, time is short. Thousands of memories and thousands of things, but like everyone else had many of things. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Srila Bhagavad Maharaj ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Next is Grace Shripati Prabhu. Is Grace Shripati Prabhu? Chalega. His Grace Dhritarashtra Prabhuji. Saying something? One more, Navdeep Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vishaya Bhutale Srimati Gopal Krishna Goswami Tinamne Prabhupadasya Sahitya Prakashapati Chapracham Gaton Sadhu Bhagat Padaya.
So I'll call these two Madhujis. Then Shri Raman. Then we do
1982 में महाराज जब गुरु हुए तो मेरे को कोई दीक्षा देने का लिस्ट में नहीं रखे कभी भी। काउंसलर ऐसे थे, हमारा नाम लिस्ट में नहीं आता था। तो मैं गुरु महाराज दीक्षा दे रहे थे सबको, मैं भी धोती पहना था, हरि नाम चादर डाला था, मुंडन हुआ था, कीर्तन कर रहा था। महाराज बोले वो लड़का को बैठाओ, मैं दीक्षा दूंगा। महाराज दीक्षा दिए तो कीर्तन में हमने भजन करते थे, वैष्णव ठाकुर दया के सागर। ये गाते थे, गाते गाते मेरे को 15-20 साल हो गया, इसका मीनिंग मुझे पता ही नहीं था क्या है दया के सागर। तो बाद में महाराज बोले मेरे को करताल सिखाओ। करताल सिखाने के लिए गया, बोले मेरे को भजन सिखाओ। लेकिन महाराज क्या बोले, जब मैं जाता था 1 महीना 2 महीना के बाद, गुरुजी आई, मुझे इतना रोना आया तो मैं रोया। रोने के बाद बोलते अच्छा सॉरी, मैं और ज़्यादा रोया। बोले सॉरी महाराज बोल रहे। महाराज मैं बोल दिया, महाराज और दूसरा किससे और भक्त से आप सीखिए, मैं नहीं आऊँगा। मुझे बड़ा शर्म लगा, दुख लगा। बोले महाराज इतने दयालु है, अपने आप को इतने हम्बल है। महाराज प्रभुपाद की संपत्ति को बड़ी ध्यान से चलाते थे। प्रोग्राम होता था बॉम्बे में, गुड़ाकेश प्रभु जानते हैं बॉम्बे का आबादी, बॉम्बे का कितना लंबा चौड़ा है। ऐसा कोई जगह नहीं है जहाँ प्रोग्राम नहीं किए महाराज के साथ। और महाराज अपने स्पेशल कार में नहीं जाते थे। फूड फॉर लाइफ एक गाड़ी था, हम उसमें बैठते थे कीर्तन पार्टी, और महाराज बोले नहीं उसमें मैं भी बैठूंगा, क्यों खर्चा करने का। जाते थे। महाराज इतने दयालु है, उनका दया के बारे में बता रहा हूँ। दया के सागर है, सागर कैसे एग्जाम्पल होते। उनका गुरु भाई 4 है, महाराज और 2 गुरु भाई और 4 गुरु भाई, एक लीला हुआ। 2 गुरु भाई में झगड़ा हुआ, प्रभुपाद डिसाइपल। एक गुरु भाई दरवाजा बंद करके बहुत पिटाई कर दिया। दूसरा गुरु भाई महाराज श्रीधर महाराज, वो जुड़े बक्सर थे, वो क्रोध हो गए। जिन्होंने पिटाई किया था उनको ढूंढने लगे हरे कृष्ण लैंड में पिटाई करने के लिए। वो गुरु भाई जा करके गुरु महाराज के पीछे छुप गए, और ढूंढते ढूंढते श्रीधर महाराज उनके पास गए। जो इतना घुसा से गए, उनके पास जाने के बाद वो देखते देखते गुरु महाराज को उनका शांत हो गया। कुछ मार नहीं पाए, कुछ झगड़ा नहीं, महाराज से कुछ बातें ही नहीं कर पाए। महाराज एक दया का सागर की मूर्ति है। एक प्रोग्राम था रथ यात्रा चौपाटी में, गिरगांव चौपाटी। महाराज प्रवचन दे रहे थे, एक पागल आदमी सीधा स्टेज पे आए, माइक फाइक ऐसे फेंके तो महाराज को थोड़ा चोट लगा। बाकी डिवोटी उनको बहुत पकड़ के पीछे ले गए पिटाई के। महाराज बोले छोड़ दो, अरे छोड़ दो। तो दया के जो वैष्णव के सागर है महाराज के पास, ये हमने देखा है। और मेरे प्रति जो दया है, इतनी दया है मैं तो कभी भूल नहीं पाऊंगा। और जब वृंदावन में आ गया, महाराज आ करके मेरे सर पे रखे, बोले यहाँ से कभी किधर नहीं जाना, इधर ही समाधि लगा दो। मेरे गुरु महाराज के इतने शब्द मुझे मिला, इतने आनंद में मैं वृंदावन में गुरु की कृपा से भजन कर रहा हूँ, सभी वैष्णव की कृपा से रह रहा हूँ। हरे कृष्णा। शिल भगत पाद की
जय। हरे कृष्णा। Thank you, Prabhuji. So we have few more devotees whom will be calling for giving their glorifications to Guru Maharaj. Her Grace Draupadi Mataji. Not there. Her. Huh.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna all the Maharajas and all the senior devotees. आप सभी मेरे से सीनियर हैं, सबको मेरा हरे कृष्णा। गुरु महाराज के साथ सबकी बहुत सारी मेमोरीज़ हैं, ऐसे मेरी भी हैं। और गुरु महाराज इतने लविंग थे, इतने केयरिंग, और वो आज भी हैं एक्चुअली। आज भी उतने लविंग, उतने केयरिंग है। मेरा गुरु महाराज के साथ बहुत सारी ऐसे पास टाइम्स है जिसमें गुरु महाराज के बारे में समझ में आता है। जब इस धरा पे थे गुरु महाराज तो इतना समझ में नहीं आ रहा था, पता नहीं क्यों। कभी महाराज बात भी नहीं करने देते थे, लेकिन महाराज इतने ज़्यादा महाराज का जो लेवल था एक फादर की तरह था, एक केयरिंग, और सिर्फ हम इस टाइम को नहीं देखते थे महाराज, फ्यूचर को प्लस हमारे अगले जन्मों को भी देख के हमें इंस्ट्रक्शंस देते थे। तो महाराज इतने सेंसिटिव थे किसी की भी पर्सनल लाइफ के लिए कि मैं गुरु महाराज के पास गई, अपनी बेवकूफ़ी बता रही हूँ, महाराज के पास गई और महाराज को प्रणाम किया तो महाराज बोले कि डू यू वांट टू टॉक विद मी अलोन। तो मैं बुद्धू की तरह महाराज की तरफ देख रही हूँ कि महाराज क्या बोल रहे हैं। तो इतने में महाराज इतने शार्प थे, इतने इंटेलिजेंट। महाराज उस टाइम अपने सारे जो थे डिसाइपल्स वहाँ पे थे उनको बोले, जो भी सेक्रेटरी थे जो भी थे, कि ये मेरे से अकेले में बात करना चाहती है। तो मैं तो कुछ बोल ही नहीं पाई। तो फिर उसके बाद महाराज जो भी इंस्ट्रक्शन देते वो देते थे। महाराज हमेशा सेवा के लिए इनकरेज करते। कभी वृंदावन आती तो महाराज हमेशा बोलते, आप यहाँ क्या कर रहे हो, जाओ दिल्ली वापस सेवा करो जाके वहाँ पे। तो एक बार महाराज, मुझे पता चला था कि महाराज मुझे दिल्ली से भेजना चाहते हैं, तो मैंने बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स नोट किए थे कि मुझे मतलब नहीं जाना है दिल्ली को छोड़ के। तो मैंने महाराज को बोला, तो महाराज बोले कि मैंने एक एक्सक्यूज़ दिया, महाराज फिर बोले नहीं आपके लिए ये जगह अच्छी नहीं है। फिर मैंने दूसरा एक्सक्यूज़ दिया, महाराज कह रहे कि नहीं आप वृंदावन जाइए। अब मुझे था कि महाराज मान जाते हैं, महाराज तो इतने हम्बल है, इतने स्वीट है, कुछ भी बोलो तो महाराज मान जाते थे। तो मैं तीसरी बार फिर एक जैक लगाया कि महाराज मुझे वहाँ डर लगता है। तो महाराज बोले कि नहीं आपकी हेल्थ यहाँ पे ठीक नहीं रहेगी, यू गो देयर, आप वहाँ जाइए। तो जब महाराज ने बहुत फोर्स किया तो अब जो चीज़ समझ में आती है कि क्यों महाराज नॉर्मल नहीं थे, कोई साधारण व्यक्ति नहीं थे, बिल्कुल भी साधारण नहीं थे। इतना सारा कुछ होता था। यहाँ पे राधाकांत प्रभु बैठे हैं, अगर वो मुझे परमिशन दे तो एक दो पास टाइम्स राधाकांत प्रभु जी के साथ जो गुरु महाराज के थे मैं शेयर करना चाहती हूँ। एक बार राधाकांत प्रभु जी का मुझे फ़ोन आया नंदगांव में, और राधाकांत प्रभु बोले कि महाराज बोल रहे हैं कि आप ठीक हो क्या, तो आपकी कोई प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं है। तो मैं उस टाइम पे बड़ा नॉर्मली जवाब दिया कि हाँ मैं ठीक हूँ प्रभु जी, मैं तो ठीक हूँ। लेकिन एक्चुअली वो फ्यूचर के बारे में मुझे बता रहे थे कि कुछ प्रॉब्लम होने वाली है, तो मुझे नहीं पता थी उस बात के बारे में। और उसके बाद जो प्रॉब्लम आई तो मैंने महाराज को समझा कि महाराज क्या कहना चाह रहे थे। एक बार मैं फिर नंदगांव गुरुकुल में सेवा करने लगी, तो महाराज हमेशा सेवा में इतना इनकरेज करते थे। एक्चुअली अगर मेरे जैसी लेडी को देखा जाए जो कि बिल्कुल भी मतलब क्या ही उसके मेरा कोई लेवल ही नहीं है, और फिर भी महाराज इतना थैंक यू, हर बात पे थैंक यू बोलते थे। और जो भी गुरुकुल जो भी सेवा महाराज मुझे देना चाह रहे थे वो एक्चुअली उन्हीं की कृपा थी, पर अपनी कृपा को दे के ही मेरे से सेवा करवा के और फिर मुझे थैंक यू बोलते थे। मैं इस चीज़ के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा सरप्राइज रहती थी। तो एक बार वहाँ से मैं नंदगांव से आई, मैंने महाराज को प्रणाम किया, तो महाराज बोले कि आर यू अ प्रिंसिपल ऑफ द स्कूल। तो मैं बहुत सरप्राइज हुई कि महाराज मुझे भूल गए हैं। मैं दुखी भी हुई थोड़ा कि महाराज को याद नहीं है मेरे बारे में। तो मैं जब वापस गई तो मेरे जो प्रिंसिपल माता जी वो बहुत बीमार हो गई, दिल्ली एडमिट हो गए। तो मैंने महाराज को मैं वापस जैसे ही देखा तो माता जी की तबीयत बहुत ख़राब है, और मेरे डायरेक्टर जो थे उनका फ़ोन आया कि यू विल बी द ऑफिशिएटिंग प्रिंसिपल। तो आप सोच नहीं सकते हैं कि वो क्या था इंसिडेंट के महाराज इतना फ्यूचर को जानते थे और मुझे शो कर रहे थे कि मुझे सब पता है, मैं सब जानता हूँ कि क्या होने वाला है क्या है। और उसी अकॉर्डिंग महाराज जो थे इंस्ट्रक्शंस देते। जब भी मैं महाराज के पास मैं नीचे मिलती तो महाराज मुझे हमेशा ऐसे बोलते, मैं ना शाम को 5 बजे ऊपर बैठूंगा, आप 5 बजे मुझे मिलना। तो मैं एक्चुअली मेरा कोई प्लान नहीं होता था मिलने का, क्योंकि बहुत सारे सीनियर डिवोटीज बोलते थे कि महाराज को तंग नहीं करना है, महाराज के पास जाके उनको परेशान नहीं करना। पर महाराज खुद से ही इन्विटेशन दे देते कि जैसे महाराज को प्रणाम किया, महाराज बोले मैं शाम को 5 बजे मिल सकता हूँ वहाँ पे ऊपर। तो फिर मैं जाती तो महाराज जो भी इंस्ट्रक्शन उस टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग देना चाहते होते महाराज हमेशा देते। और महाराज हमेशा मेरे स्कूल के बारे में पूछते कितने बच्चे हैं। बस एक ही दुख है कि मैं कभी अपने बच्चों को महाराज को नहीं मिला पाई, क्योंकि ये सेवा महाराज की थी, महाराज ने ही दी थी। बहुत सारे भक्त जानते हैं कि बच्चे आते हैं स्कूल, अभी यहाँ मंदिर में भी आते हैं, सेवा थोड़ी थोड़ी करनी स्टार्ट की है, लेकिन उस टाइम पे कभी ऐसा माइंड बुद्धि नहीं इतनी थी कि कभी आती महाराज को मिलाती। तो लास्ट जो थे ये 25 अप्रैल, मेरी ना बहुत तबीयत ख़राब थी, बहुत ज़्यादा। तो मैंने वृंदा को बोला, वृंदा जा, महाराज आए हैं तो तुम महाराज को मेरी तरफ से प्रणाम कर देना। तो वृंदा ने प्रणाम किया, मेरी बेटी ने। तो महाराज बोले वेयर इज़ योर मदर, कॉल हर। तो वृंदा ने मुझे कॉल किया कि मम्मा महाराज बुला रहे हैं, और मुझे पता नहीं मेरी तबीयत कहाँ गई, कैसे हुआ, मैं कैसे वहाँ से भागी, स्कूटी भी नहीं थी, पैदल आई, महाराज को प्रणाम किया। और जैसे ही महाराज ने जो जो इंस्ट्रक्शन देनी थी, लास्ट इंस्ट्रक्शन थी कि स्कूल की सेवा नहीं छोड़नी है, मैंने कहा ठीक है महाराज। और महाराज इतने फ्यूचरिस्टिक थे। थैंक यू सो मच। हरे कृष्ण।
हरे कृष्णा। थैंक यू माता जी। वी रिक्वेस्ट नाउ उत्तम गति माता जी। हर ग्रेस उत्तम गति माता जी।
एक ही मिनट। हरे कृष्णा। महाराज थैंक यू, आपने बहुत अच्छे डिवोटीज़ हमें दिए। महाराज थैंक यू, आपने मुझे वृंदावन धाम दिया। महाराज थैंक यू वेरी मच, आपने मुझे सेवा दिया। महाराज आई एम वेरी सॉरी, मैं बहुत सारी सेवाएं नहीं कर पा रही हूँ। महाराज आई एम वेरी सॉरी, कुछ इंस्ट्रक्शंस फॉलो करने का प्रयास ही कर रही हूँ, कभी फेल हो जाती हूँ, कभी पास हो जाती हूँ। और महाराज आप बहुत बहुत प्यार करते हैं हम सब लोगों से, और हम उसका 1% भी नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो मैं एक प्रसंग बताना चाहती हूँ जो गुरु महाराज को बहुत पसंद आया था। मुंबई में व्यास पूजा थी और उस समय हम पुणे से गए थे, तो तब मैंने ये ऑफरिंग दिया था। तो एक बार ऐसा हुआ कि मेरी दीक्षा हो गई थी, और दीक्षा होकर 1 साल ही शायद कुछ हुआ था। उसी समय घर में कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो गई, मम्मी बीमार हुई, मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत डाउन था। तो गुरु महाराज आए, गुरु महाराज सबसे बात कर रहे थे। शायद मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस डाउन था, तो मुझे ऐसा लग ही नहीं रहा था कि महाराज मुझसे बात कर रहे। पूरा समय महाराज 2 दिन थे, और 2 दिन में मेरे को बहुत ऐसे दुख लग रहा था कि अरे मैं से क्या गलती होगी, महाराज ने मुझसे बात ही नहीं किया, महाराज ने मुझसे बात ही नहीं किया। फिर हम एयरपोर्ट गए महाराज को छोड़ने के लिए। महाराज सबसे बात कर रहे थे, शायद मेरे से भी बात कर रहे होंगे, लेकिन लैक ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस के कारण मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि महाराज ने मुझसे बात ही नहीं किया। और बस शुरू हो गया मेरा रोना, कंटिन्यूस रो रही थी। फिर हम महाराज को छोड़कर आ गए, मेरी फ्रेंड मुझे घर छोड़ने के लिए लेकर आ गई। फिर भी रो रही थी, घर गई, घर में भी रोने लगी। और मेरा रोना देखकर माता पिता बहुत आश्चर्यचकित हो गए, क्या हो गया। उनको जब ये लगा कि मैं गुरु के लिए रो रही हूँ तो वो एकदम शांत हो गए, क्योंकि उस समय वो इतने पॉजिटिव नहीं थे इस्कॉन के लिए और गुरु महाराज के लिए। फिर उसके बाद मैं कपड़े धोने के लिए गई, आते समय उसको स्टिच करना ही मैं भूल गई। तो मम्मी को वो देखकर उसमें इतना शुद्धिकरण हो गया है। उसने कभी नहीं बोला, फर्स्ट टाइम मेरे को बोला कि चिंता मत करो, तुम्हारे गुरु महाराज फिर से आएंगे और तुमसे बात करेंगे। 6 महीने के बाद गुरु महाराज आ गए, और आने के बाद जैसे ही मुझे देखा, उत्तमा कैसी हो। फिर उसके बाद महाराज थोड़े से घूमकर आगे चले गए। उत्तम गति हो गई, कॉलेज ख़त्म हो गया। मैंने बोला हाँ महाराज ख़त्म हो गया। उसके बाद महाराज लेक्चर देने के लिए गए। लेक्चर से जब आ गए तो हम खड़े थे, तो महाराज हाँ अभी उत्तम गति आगे क्या करने का इरादा है। तो इतनी बार महाराज ने मुझसे बात किया, इतनी बार महाराज ने मुझसे बात किया, तब मेरे को रियलाइज़ हो गया कि ये गुरु है जो शिष्य के अंदर की बात जानते हैं। और उस समय से ज़्यादा समर्पित भाव गुरु महाराज से आ गया। गुरु महाराज प्लीज़ आप यहाँ उपस्थित हो, मुझ पर कृपा और दया करना, ताकि मैं अच्छे से वैष्णव की सेवा करूँ। हरे कृष्ण।
हरे कृष्ण। थैंक यू माता जी। So we have 2 more offerings of devotees who are present here, and one by His Holiness Bhakti Janardhan Swami Maharaj. So I take the names of those devotees. His Grace Navadip Prabhu. His Grace Navadip Prabhu, please come forward. And then after that we request His Grace Shri Ram Pandit Prabhu.
हरे कृष्णा। वंशकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यः च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। समय का अभाव है और समय अभावात् सर्वं वक्तुं न शक्यते। समय के अभाव से बहुत कुछ कहना तो कठिन है, परंतु अपने वक्तव्य को 2-4 बिंदुओं में संकलित करने का प्रयास करूंगा। व्यास पूजा का ये शुभ अवसर, व्यासदेव जिन्होंने वेदों का विस्तार किया इसलिए उनको नाम व्यास दिया गया। इसी तरीके से अगर श्रील गुरुदेव के प्रसंग में व्यास शब्द को अगर घटित करना चाहें तो श्रील प्रभुपादस्य कीर्तिम विस्तरिम करोति यस्य व्यासः, जिन्होंने श्रील प्रभुपाद की कीर्ति का विस्तार पूरे जगत में कर दिया, इसलिए उनको व्यास कहा जा रहा है। और ये हुआ क्यों है? भक्ति रसामृत सिंधु में श्रील रूप गोस्वामी पाद कहते हैं कि विश्रम्भेण गुरुर सेवा, जब विश्वास पूर्वक श्री गुरु के चरणों में नतमस्तक होकर उनकी वाणी का सर्वतोभावेन अपने हृदय में उसको हृदयंगम करके उनके निर्देशों को अपने जीवन में पूरी तरीके से धारण करके जब उनका पालन किया जाता है तो उससे प्राप्ति जो होती है वो प्राप्ति होती है व्यवसायत्मिका बुद्धि की। गीता कह रही है ना, व्यवसायत्मिका बुद्धि एक है कुरुनंदना। तो उस व्यवसायत्मिका बुद्धि को प्राप्त करने का जो उपाय है वो है विश्वम्भेण गुरुर सेवा। विश्वास पूर्वक गुरु की सेवा प्राप्त होगी तो ऐसी व्यवसायत्मिका बुद्धि प्राप्त हो जाएगी जिससे शिष्य अगर 1 या 2 गुरु के इंस्ट्रक्शंस को या निर्देशनों को पकड़कर अगर पूरे जीवन में केवल उन्हीं के ऊपर ही कार्य कर दे तो उसका कल्याण निश्चित रूप से हो जाता है। तो ऐसे ही श्रील गुरुदेव जिन्होंने श्रील प्रभुपाद जी की 1-2 इंस्ट्रक्शन, जैसे ग्रंथ वितरण को ले लीजिए और मंदिर निर्माण को ले लीजिए, इन 2 कार्यों को उन्होंने अपने जीवन में पूरी तरीके से आत्मसात किया और अपना पूरा जीवन केवल इन 2 निर्देशों को पालन करने में लगा दिया। तो आज जिस स्वरूप में वो विराजमान है उसका केवल और केवल श्रेय जो है इसी कारण से है क्योंकि उन्होंने अपने गुरुदेव को पूरी तरीके से पालन किया है। इसको पालन करने से क्या प्राप्त हुआ है? तीसरे रूप में श्रीमद् भागवत के 5म स्कंद में बताया, यस्यास्ति भक्तिर भगवत किंचन सर्वे समासते गुणा। हाँ, यस्यास्ति भक्तिर भगवत किंचन सर्व, हाँ, तत्र समासते सुरा। तो इतना जब गुरुदेव के निर्देशों का पालन कर लिया जाता है तो उससे सभी गुण जो हैं वो व्यक्ति के अंदर आ जाते हैं। अब यहाँ पर शब्द का प्रयोग किया गया है सुराह। अब सुराह शब्द का अगर आप सामान्य अर्थ लेंगे तो वो देवता हो जाएगा, परंतु देवता में वो सभी गुण जो जिनकी बात करी जा रही है वो वास्तविकता में वो नहीं है। सुराह का यहाँ पर अर्थ है भगवत पार्षद। पार्षदों में जो गुण होते हैं वो गुण जो है उस व्यक्ति के अंदर आ जाते हैं। तो पार्षद रूप में जिसने इस प्रकार से गुरु की सेवा की है उसके अंदर ये सारे के सारे विष्णु पार्षदों के जितने भी गुण हैं वो सारे विराजमान हो जाएंगे। तो यस्यास्ति भक्तिर भगवत किंचन सर्वे गुणेश तत्र समासते सुरा, ऐसे गुणों को जो धारण कर रहे हैं ऐसे श्री गुरुदेव उनके चरणों में कोटि कोटि प्रणाम आज निवेदित है। और अंतिम में जो श्री गुरुदेव का नाम है, परम पूजनीय, परम आदरणीय, परम वंदनीय, प्रातस्मरणीय श्री गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी महाराज, इस नाम की अगर व्याकरण के आधार पर व्युत्पत्ति की जाए संस्कृत में तो जैसे शब्द प्रयोग किए गए हैं गोपाल, कृष्ण और गोस्वामी, तो मैं प्रयास कर रहा हूँ कुछ व्याकरण के आधार पर इस शब्द की व्युत्पत्ति करने की। तो वैसे शुरुआत से बता देता हूँ, गो अर्थ जो होता है वो 4 शब्दों के अर्थ में प्रयोग किया जाता है। गो का अर्थ इंद्रियां भी होता है, गो का अर्थ वाणी भी होता है गो का अर्थ पृथ्वी भी होता है और गो का एक और अर्थ है 4 प्रकार से गाय। हाँ, तो जो शब्द का प्रयोग जो मैं यहाँ गो का प्रयोग कर रहा हूँ वो इंद्रियों के लिए कर रहा हूँ। तो गो नाम इंद्रियाणाम तस्य, बोले कस्य, तस्य कृष्णस्य पालयति संतुष्टि करोति इति गोपाल कृष्ण। यानी कि जो श्री कृष्ण की इंद्रियों को अपनी सेवा के द्वारा संतुष्ट करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, तस्य गोपाल कृष्ण। ऐसे गोपाल कृष्ण जो कि अपनी इंद्रियों को पूर्ण रूपेण नियंत्रित करके गोस्वामी बन के जिन्होंने श्रील प्रभुपाद को और श्रील कृष्ण को संतुष्ट करने का प्रयास किया, ऐसे श्रील गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी तस्य चरणारविंदे अहम प्रणामी करोति। श्रील गुरु महाराज के चरणों में परम कोटि कोटि दंडवत। आज के इस शुभ अवसर पर सभी को श्रील गुरुदेव की तरफ से खूब अभिनंदन और खूब आशीर्वाद। हरे कृष्णा।
हरे कृष्णा। थैंक यू प्रभु जी। नेक्स्ट। ठीक है, तो हम यहीं पर बस समाप्त करते हैं। आखिरकार परम पूज्य भक्ति अनुग्रह जनार्दन स्वामी महाराज ने जो मैसेज भेजा है उसको पढ़ते हैं। वो बहुत लंबा है लेकिन उसका एक पैराग्राफ बस हम पढ़ लेंगे, जिसमें उन्होंने एक बहुत सुंदर बात लिखी है, अंग्रेजी में बोला है, द पावर ऑफ क्वाइट डिटर्मिनेशन। यू नेवर डिमांड द स्पॉटलाइट, yet ISKCON moves forward because of your hidden labor. In this age of digital noise and shallow preaching, you have shown me the power of depth over drama, the strength of humility over charisma, and the glory of substance over style. Every time